Hello, everyone. Welcome back to tonight's episode of Emoris. Final episode. As always, before we begin, a couple quick announcements. First and foremost, Rhyme's on this Wednesday. Yeah, it is on this Wednesday. I'm pretty sure back his head.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And Fandover is on this Sunday. So you should go check those out because they're fun. And also follow us on all the socials because they're also fun. And you can talk to us there. Yeah. And that's it. That's all the announcements that we have today. So, is everyone ready to jump into tonight's game?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Sure.
Okay. So previously, on Emoris, the Silver Goats had engaged in the battle for Emoris against Kaimol, the Scorched King. Running inwards, you were met face to face with the Sentinels, who met their fate with a challenging combat. And following their demise, you ventured straight to the heart of the enemy to fight Kaimol himself. You threw everything that you had at him with the assistance of Kev and Tharden. And as you fought, you managed to get Kaimol to break one of his orbs, and Fashani or whoever was up there to break the other. But you couldn't find the last one. And thanks to a couple of insightful rolls, you managed to persuade Tharden to burn a lower level spell to magically locate it, only for him to realize that it was seemingly absorbed or transferred into himself. He didn't say anything about it. He just, walked over to Thyra very calmly and informed her of the situation, and understanding the necessity of his request. You killed him, and with that, and a round of held attacks, you managed to finally defeat and end the Scorched King. His plan had failed, his strength was outmatched, and his enemy was underestimated, and he crumbled to the ground and issued one last warning to Wade before drifting away in the wind as little more than ash and cinders. And that is where we left off. So, as you all begin to stand up from your various states of consciousness or bare consciousness, you're alive, and you have been successful in your mission, and you watch as the titanic form still fades away. It's taking a while to fade. What would you all like to do?
I'm gonna look for any piece of Tharden that I can find.
Make an investigation check.
Fuck, I'm not good at that.
I'm just huffing and puffing, like trying to catch my breath after an insane fight.
Mm-hmm.
No, Thyra's crying, doesn't even realize Kaimol's dead.
I mean, a 15 is still pretty good. You give as much of a feel around for any remnants that you can find. And your hands are just coming back, and all they have inside of them are small, burning embers, and faint bits of soot. Nothing that you imagine would be able to anyway resemble what's left of your father. The curious thing that you find with that investigation roll, as the Titan is crumbling away, part of the inside is kind of, it's almost turning around in a different way that the rest of the body is flaking off. It's like moving and almost hardening into something else. And that's what you get.
Is what's-her-face still fighting off in the distance?
Make a perception check.
Okay. I can't remember names because my brain is fried.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Andrew?
Yeah, that person. 16.
The giant titan.
16. Yeah. You give a look over, and she's not hard to see. It's a Titan, and you see her looking very rough and sort of lumbering around. In much a similar way, she's kind of getting lower to the ground. Looks like she's barely holding on, and as you look over, you can kind of see the faint flash of orange as a familiar fireball seems to impact straight across the bottom of the neck and top of the shoulder and leave this massive gaping wound that seems to drip down in water. She is falling as you speak.
Seeing that, then I am going to go over and help Thyra and see if I can help her find anything left of her father.
Sure, yeah, you keep searching, but you're coming up empty.
Once I, catch my breath, I would start working my way toward her as well.
Izzy had gone at least flavor-wise, had gone kind of full overtaken and was trying to consume whatever she could of Kymel.
Sure.
What his chaos was.
So you're still digging, and as you pick up matter, it's just like floating globules of magma that drifts through your fingertips. As you eat it, it's not damaging you because of the nature of chaos, being attuned to fire in whatever way that he is. It's like when you eat like really hot potato, and you can feel it going down your throat and warming you from the inside, and you kind of have to go ugh, because it's just sitting there. That's what it feels like.
That works.
You keep digging and you keep digging, and eventually your fingers hit something in the center of the chest that is not body.
What is it?
You pull it out, and it is a spherical red orb with a faint fire in the middle of it. It's different though. It's engraved, and there is some writing on it, but not in a language that you can understand.
Is it similar to the language on my breastplate?
It is very similar to the language on your breastplate.
Okay. Izzy will hack that away and show everyone later. But I'm going to say Chaos was able to retrieve some sustenance from Kymel, and Izzy transformed back. Yeah, it's just for ease of narrative, so don't have to do a weird thing with Chaos.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, hops down, and will also help try to find bits of... Actually, no, I'm gonna look around. Is any part of the giant army he was leading looking for revenge?
Make a perception check.
I'm great at those, you know it. 16.
16. As Kymel is now down, and Xandru is pretty much down, you look around and there are elementals around you, but they are just standing there, not moving, almost frozen in place. All you kind of see from them is the flickering of fire, and they are just waiting.
Are they looking at us?
They're not looking at anything in particular. It's almost... What's your insight? Your passive insight?
Oh, bad. 11.
It's hard to tell.
Cool.
So the rest of you, is everyone else looking for bits of Tharden?
I'm trying to comfort Thyra, but probably not doing a great job. Wade's got, his hand on her shoulder, and I'm sure she's probably not paying too much mind to him. I would assume she's like, if I'm correct, like just searching for this stuff, anything.
I think she does. I think she's not smart, but she's wise. I think she would know that she's not gonna find anything. And would probably stop sooner than she would necessarily want to. Especially once she realizes other people are also looking and not finding anything.
Okay.
I didn't want to do it.
I know. He was brave.
He
Hey,
was good to us in the short time we knew him.
yeah. In the end, he was there for us.
Remember back in the early days when we were looking for Kev
Yeah,
and we weren't really sure how to bring him back or what was really wrong with him?
Yep.
And we had Kiva get us that scroll in case we couldn't find his body.
yeah.
Maybe we can get our hands on one of those.
Did we ever use that scroll?
Yeah, because he killed the guy in Cormac's group.
Fucking
Yeah.
easy.
To be fair, if he were trying to kill us.
Well, I'm sure we can find something. We're the goats.
I mean,
I think we
we
racked
just
up.
put down a Titan. I think we've earned the...
Yeah, I think we racked up a few favors.
Oh, boy. Oh.
He deserves better than this for what he did for us.
He does.
And for purely selfish reasons. I don't want Zertej to be right.
What'd he say to you?
He always called me an orphan. And now I made it so.
We'll
Well,
help you get your hands on one of those scrolls, alright?
aye. And being an orphan isn't that all too bad. Take it from me.
You're not an orphan.
I mean, yeah, I am.
No, you're not. Your dad is alive. How far are we from the city?
You're not particularly far. You're maybe like 20 minutes, 30 minutes of walking out. You can see the gates.
Your dad is alive.
My dad died a
Just
long
that
time
way.
ago. He died a long time ago.
Your
That-
image of your father died a long time ago, is he? Not your actual father.
All
And
right.
you should learn to deal with, I mean, sure, your dad was an asshole, blew up your house, created some, I don't know, parasites, which Cole's pretty freaking amazing.
Yeah, he did. He
But
did do.
Wade and I were able to love our dad even though he was actively working against us.
Look, your father was there for you. In a weird way, he was. Mine wasn't.
Yours
Right?
couldn't.
Not
Have you
that
ever actually talked to him?
It wasn't that he couldn't be there. He decided to leave. And then he got his brain fucked up by a bunch of squid monsters.
Yes, but until you can...
The original
Figure
thing
out-
the thing he did is that he left
That doesn't make you
me-
an orphan. You chose
left
to not have your
me-
dad. That was your choice.
All right.
That can continue to be your choice.
It
But
is.
that doesn't make you an orphan.
All right.
And what Free can probably see is that Thyra's getting emotional and mad, but she's not getting angry like she usually does. Because usually at this point she would have punched Izzy.
Wait,
So
Well-
we're-
start to try and help Thyra up. From
Yeah, let's
searching.
start to leave. I think
Let's
we should
go
all
find
get
our
back to the
friends.
city. Yeah, let's collect everyone and get the fuck out of here.
Hope's gonna start heading towards where the group was going for Xandru.
Equa.
Mhm.
On that note, did any of us see the other thing inside of Kymel forming? Not necessarily what it was, but see something inside.
I was the
Uh,
only
Or
one who
looking
saw.
around, or
Whoever has a passive perception of above, I'll say a 15, would have gotten
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Okay. Cool.
Didn't Izzy pick it up, though?
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah, she wasn't hiding it. She was just like, this is weird.
Whenever we get over to Xandru's body, I'm gonna look and see if I can see something similar happening to her body.
Okay, cool. So, you all begin to help each other up, kind of slowly but surely, and Kev is there too, and he will also help as best he can. And you watch he kind of goes up to Thyra, and he like tries to figure out how he could probably help her, and then sort of shakes his head and goes back and like helps Wade up a little bit. So his Wade is smaller and thinner and lighter.
Hope's just sitting on the broom because she hurts and does not want to walk.
Yeah.
Just floating.
Sure, and it's kind of much in the same way. Kev kind of sees you do that, and he's like nods to himself and puts the spear up and begins to sit on it instead, and start going up and sort of emulating what you're doing.
Also gives a good visual of what's ahead, and if we can spot our friends.
Yeah, you begin walking over, and they're a way away. They seem to have managed to walk maybe like 250 feet away. In their attempt of stopping the two titans from meeting. And as you begin to go over, Hope, you kind of see it first. The body of the ice titan on the floor, slowly beginning to melt away. It appears that they've done their job. And a number of your friends standing around or lying around. In particular, you see Asmin kind of lying in the middle of the body, just kind of hyperventilating a little bit there. She's worn out from the whole thing.
She looks all right. Is anyone down or?
Make a perception check, either perception or medicine.
Do the same thing if I can.
Sure.
Just gonna do the same thing.
Once Wade has Thyra up, she's just gonna
17?
pull him into a hug.
-2 from that. That'd be 15 right now.
Okay. What are you doing, Thyra?
9.
When Wade helps get her up, she's gonna pull him into a hug.
Yeah, Wade, immediately hugs her back, assume at the waist, because she's so much taller.
Yeah, almost 8 feet tall.
When we're done here, we can see him again. We can go to the Shadowfell. We know how that works. We can talk to him, see what he wants us to do. Have a proper goodbye if need be.
I'm gonna open my backpack again, because I don't know if Thyra has taken a full inventory of what's in there. Are her books from the Shadowfell in there? Are Geldrick's books in her backpack?
Geldrick's books about the Shadowfell. They're about
There's
all
like
planes, right?
There was one about all of the planes. There was one about the geography. It was like an encyclopedia of it.
Those books are not in there.
Well, we can definitely find a way to get back to the Shadowfell for sure.
I've been watching how Lakian does it with that thing. I think I might be able to replicate it. Give it a try. Not right now, but...
Yeah, not right now. We have to make sure everybody else is okay as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a book, The History of the Raven Knights. A book about card games and various other board games from the Shadowfell. The geography, and then an encyclopedia of undead.
Yeah, they are all gone. Those of you that rolled perception checks, Alakin, it's kind of hard for you to tell from where you are. But I hope you kind of get the sense. The people that you see down there who are Madeline, Bertie, Councilman Dool, Kiva, and Asmin are all alive, but some of them have suffered pretty bad wounds. In particular, Bertie is bleeding pretty bad from the face. And Dool, his skin is pretty much everywhere kind of blackened and really, really badly wounded. But they're alive.
Can she, I guess, land by Dool first? She can use the healing thing from her healer's kit to give him a little bit of health, plus his level.
Sure.
5 plus his level. And then she will let him know. We managed to break the spell on Rediga. He's running around in that tree with our friends somewhere.
Yeah, you kind of see as he's like sitting down after the whole thing and knees up to the chest a little bit and staring down. He kind of scoffs a little bit and grins. He says, I know. I saw him earlier. It's
Good.
Thank you for everything.
Yeah, it's been quite the adventure. And then she'll go and heal Birdie the same too.
You get up to Birdie, and you see immediately she's...
Before that.
Go ahead.
Izzy would have run up to Birdie and used the last 5 points of her lay on hands.
Okay, so you also see as you run up to her, she has a very nasty kind of deep cut going from the middle of the forehead down to the side of the jaw. It's kind of split open the mouth a little bit, and she's missing her right eye.
That's fine. I'll just lay on hands 5 points.
Yeah, you go ahead and heal her up, and she says, thanks for that. Listen, it's not that I'm not appreciative of being included in this fight. I just don't think I'm going to do it again.
Well, I kind of look at her scar and say, I get that. I don't think I'll be out doing this again anytime soon. I think killing one demigod is enough for a lifetime.
We killed 2.
Well, we both killed 1. You killed 1, I killed 1. It was great.
I didn't kill it, technically. That honor belongs to your friend. And she points over to Asmin, who was just sitting there staring at the sky.
Yeah, Wade killed ours as well. I just ate part of it.
You see me...
I must be born different in Keijo, eh?
I think so.
Muddy water running through our veins.
Drinking all that swamp water as a kid.
Yup. Exactly.
See,
High constitution.
Wade reach a hand down to Asmin.
Yeah, she kind of like doesn't even look at you for a second. She's kind of like staring past you, and then turns to you and says, how's it going?
You really need to ask for a raise.
You know, that's a really good idea. And she sort of puts her hands up and you help her get up. And as you do so, she kind of pushes something into your chest really hard. And she lets go, and it is a pendant, a small necklace with this big, thick centerpiece that is made of very nice, finely engraved ice.
Chem will drop one too. Are these their weapons?
I'm gonna be honest, Wade. I ain't got no fucking clue. That's probably better off in your hands for now, at least.
Right.
We didn't see Kaifine drop one, and she should have had it.
Oh, good. Well, I guess that means that I don't really know how they work, if the other ones are dead or not, but if they ain't, then that means that maybe Kaifine wasn't as trusted as you guys are.
Maybe. Wade takes a step back.
And she's dead.
And I assume Kev would probably run over.
Yeah, Kev just sorts down right next to you, and puts his sister's arm over his shoulder and helps her up. And they're both rough, but of the two, Asmon's worse.
Yeah.
Thyra's gonna go to Kiva, make sure she's all right.
Yeah, Kiva's not much of a fighter, and it seems that she probably played more of a support role in all this because she's kind of healthier, not least of all because she got here late. And she's just sort of sitting there, cane in hand, just like smiling and looking over everyone.
So, it's good to see that you did the job.
With some sacrifices, yes.
And, the red one, I assume that he's also gone.
Thyra pulls the scimitar, one of the scimitars off her back.
Mm-hmm.
He
just sort of looks at you and kind of smiles and nods. It's a heavy nod, and you're fairly insightful as you are, and you know that this is just bringing up everything that's happened with the tribe, and she knows the cost of it all. And she sort of looks up to you and holds out her arms wide.
Yeah, she'll go in and give her a hug. One for the many, right?
Yeah. I know it's not easy, but you've definitely done a service today to the tribe and also all these people here. You should be proud. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of everybody. 2 giants, 2 gods, 1 day.
Well,
all of these people that were able to come together. It
it's
gives me
nice.
hope for what the tribe will become in the years to come.
Not just the tribe. You know how it is with our countries and their borders.
But look here, she points over to Duel.
He's from Kaseri.
Points over at Asmin.
She is from Casco.
And then over to Birdie.
Kervik. Hagius. Gives me hope for the future. Perhaps a continent more united than we've ever been.
One couldn't hope for more.
Yeah, we've learned a lot about making friends, haven't we?
It's not easy.
No.
It can be done.
Well.
How are you?
Oh yeah, fine. Yeah, I didn't see much of the fight, but I've done what I can.
Let's see if we can't do a little bit more. But not today, I'm too tired.
Of course. When we're all ready, we should head back to that city and regroup. And in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna need some help getting up.
I'll pick her up and I'll carry her princess style.
Mm-hmm. She very easily accepts it. Kiva's a proud individual, but she knows when she's beat. So she just takes it and you walk her over.
I read her 7 hit points, tears, blood, sweat, soot.
Hope's right there with you at 6.
I want to go up to, I think, Duel.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go up to Duel and he's in his own state. It appears as you go up to him that he's basically sustained very heavy 3rd degree at minimum, like very heavy burns pretty much all over his body. And they're probably gonna scar really bad. And as you sort of go over, he looks over at you and nods. And sort of scooches over for you to sit down.
How do you... I put Kiva on my lap as I sit down.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about your, keeping your battle wounds there, Duel?
Oh, I don't care. I don't think it's much of a secret, but I wasn't really a looker anyway.
I mean, looks aren't everything.
Yeah. I think that this is good for me. I got a little lost there for a second. Rudger is like a brother to me, and I let it get the best of me when he was taken. I'll keep him. It's a nice reminder.
I look over toward Wade and where the general direction that I left my sisters. You know, I'd probably do the same.
Yeah.
Actually, I did do the same once.
Well,
And she kind of lifts up her tunic, and you can see the burn scars from the tribe for her first encounter with Zertej.
Yeah. He sort of takes a good long look at them.
I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but the good news is that it shouldn't happen to anyone anymore, right?
Right? And saving the world is, I guess, worth... She chokes up a little bit. It's worth the sacrifices sometimes that one has to make.
Right.
Friends.
Yeah.
But you know, you can use those burn scars to your advantage.
And how's that?
Well, I mean, if you thought you were ugly before, I mean, you could always just, you know, tell everybody your scars are from slaying a titan. I think that'll get the ladies running.
Right.
Or men.
It's not really my concern at the moment, but I'll remember it.
And kind of for the first time, you kind of see him crack a smile and sort of chuckle a little bit. He's warmer to you now, to all of you. It's nice. You see him in a new light.
+1 to friendship.
Friendship.
We completed a side quest.
Your bond with Duel is now level A.
We don't have to role play this out, but Thyra will offer Birdie the same offer if she wants to keep her wounds or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Izzy's carrying Birdie and walks past, sees Duel's burn scars and be like, you know, burn scars aren't that bad. I have a pretty bad set myself.
Oh, well, it's good to know that we're all in the same boat. I thought it was just me, but no, apparently it's a very commonplace thing. So
yeah,
great.
well, it happens.
That makes me feel a little better about myself, I won't lie.
Mm-hmm.
Looking around us, how's the battle seem? Obviously, Xandru's down, Keimel's down. It's like most of the minions either running or dead or...
So,
Does it look like they all just
check.
don't have their focus
That
anymore
brings
because
me
their
to my
bosses aren't around?
next point, Equa as well.
Mhm.
Do I see any more of our friends around?
Okay, so you and Wade make perception checks, and I want to hope to make an insight check.
24.
Also, just because I think I accidentally skipped over it, does Birdie take the healing offer from...
You look down at Birdie, and she's half asleep already. She's just not having it. She's knackered.
We'll ask her in the morning then.
I rolled a 24.
So we'll start with Hope. The thing that you glean specifically from the elementals is that, and you kind of saw this in your battle. Keimel was controlling the fire elementals and had been giving them orders throughout the whole time. Now they are leaderless. They don't have any orders, and they are waiting for someone to tell them what to do. You, Wade, and Lakin, what'd you get?
Yeah.
17.
So you get it as well. You kind of see the giants are pretty far dispersed. They weren't the biggest force anyway. in terms of numbers, just in terms of size, they were the biggest. So they're pretty few and far between anyway. And they have noticed what's happened. The Titans are gone, and they are turning around and running. You don't know what happened to their leader, but you don't see him around. When it comes to the cultists themselves, they also are kind of in a state of not knowing what to do. Some of them are continuing to fight. Some of them don't know what happened. Some of them are enraged by the prospect that their leader is dead, and they know that they're going to be convicted of horrible crimes. So they're continuing to fight those that oppose them, and some of them are tucking tail and flee. It's kind of a mixed batch when it comes to humans, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But immediately around you, there's no one. No one's
And
doing anything.
The I can't think of the word right now. You said the elementals. The elementals are just standing there. Is that what you said?
They are just standing there.
Hey, Izzy, can I see that thing you pulled from the camel's chest? No reason.
It looks like they're waiting for orders. It's as if... I guess we saw some being created by Kymel.
I'm like staring.
So without their brain, they're probably just...
Izzy's going to look at Wade, take the orb out, hold it up, and look at the elementals and be like, "Return to the fire plane."
Make a persuasion check.
Beautiful.
I can do that.
This is way too much power for Izzy to hold. That's why I was
29.
I was like,
29.
hey, give that to me.
Yeah, they kind of
Right.
turn to you as you hold it up, and there really is no connection there between you and them at this point in time. But they acknowledge that you killed the leader. And although they don't plane shift away, many of them begin to just disperse and go elsewhere.
Look at that. I'm a queen. And I throw the orb at Wade.
Thanks. That's what
Yeah.
I was gonna do. Put it in my bag.
Yeah, well, sure.
Okay. Any of the really bad wounded, I could take 8 of you back to Recrovy.
I mean, I think that's all of us, honestly.
Maybe it's safer if we all just walk together.
Yeah, I'd rather not rent anyone on our own.
Oh, I'm still enlarged. I can
Yes,
carry
you
a
are.
couple of people. Wow, I forgot I was enlarged that whole Kymel fight.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing I was slinging spells.
So earlier I hugged like Thyra's like thigh.
I was like her knee.
Yeah.
Because that lasted for 2 hours. I don't know if it's been 2 hours yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been 2 hours yet. No, I wouldn't say.
Well,
They're probably actually coming up on the end of it.
I can carry a couple of the ones who can't walk for a little bit.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Equa, did I see anybody else whenever I was looking around?
So I redact how I'm carrying Kiva. I'm carrying her like a baby, just in one arm.
Okay.
Izzy
Yeah,
continues to
it's-
carry Birdie.
It's like, you know how when you pick up a cat and sometimes you put them upside down and sometimes you don't, and they kind of like have to swing a bunch? That's kind of what you're doing to this old lady.
She loves
But,
it.
yeah.
She feels young again. She loves it.
I think that's for Equa to decide.
Regardless, Kev will have Asmin on the back of the spear. That's fine. Technically, it's him flying, but we'll flavor it that way.
Sorry. That's a bad joke.
Don't fucking start with you, Griz.
Yeah,
I expect that from other people, not you.
Hey, at least he didn't say the tip of the spear.
Yeah.
You gotta stop. They're siblings.
I know, that was the
Anyway.
real bad part about that.
Anyway, everyone else will walk. Duel will walk. Yeah, that's fine. And you guys begin walking back. No problemo. Is there anything that anyone wants to do on the way back?
I want to keep an eye out for my sisters, Delphine, the other group that we left behind when we beelined.
Sure. Make a perception check.
Natural 20.
Fucking
Fourth.
good. Good ass shit right
Possibly
there.
the last one.
Probably.
Yeah, so you begin walking back. Taking the kind of familiar main road into Rukrovi. You have to make a way towards it first. And then begin trudging through the road. And as you go, you know, the area around you has been riddled with chaos. There are burn marks and there are frozen marks. Any and all plant life in the area has been incinerated completely. And the ground now is kind of cracked and dried, and will struggle to regain its former self for another couple of years at least.
I'll give that a kickstart in the morning.
As you go, you sort of come across a higher vantage point on one of the bigger hills, and you can kind of see over on one end of the battlefield where you came in a little bit inwards. You do see a small cluster of individuals that are huddled near to a very large corpse, not Titan-sized, but probably giant-sized. A number of them have green skin. That you wagered probably your sisters are over there somewhere, but it's a little difficult to see, not only because of the lingering smoke here, but also just the sheer distance away.
I'm gonna break off a little bit. I think I might see the others.
Do you want to
I'll
company
point
or
in
do you,
the
or do you want to
direction.
be...
We'll come
It's
with
up to you.
I can hand out some more healing that way.
I can't do any heals,
Appreciate
but
it.
at least I can be there in case things get messy.
So who's going with Thyra?
I think just the whole group, right?
Yeah, I'm
Everybody-
following.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving the group right now. It seems like a bad idea.
The whole group goes. Kev will stay with the others because he's got asthma. So he'll stick around with the rest of them and help see them back to Rukrovi in one piece. But the rest of you can make your way over in that general direction. It takes you a little bit of walking, but eventually you get there, and you see both Otter and Breeder, Cormac and all of his brothers of the Lost, as well as Hiresh, Rokanoka, and Vaya are all standing there, sort of clambering over this very big form. And Delphine will be there as well, sorry. Very big form
Is
of
the
a
monarch
fire
around?
giant king. The monarch is not there.
Okay.
How's everyone doing?
As you come up and announce yourselves, you see a number of them turn around, and immediately Otter sort of begins to run up and kind of bare tackle Thyra into a hug. And it hurts. You're in pain enough already, and as she like impacts you
I just
square in the thigh, you just kind of buckles your knee a little bit. Breeder begins walking up. You see Cormac is not doing the best. He is missing a leg
Oh,
on the
boy.
one side. And he's just sort of sitting there, but all of his brothers are sort of clambering around him, including the big brawly half-orc guy with the beer belly,
Arg.
who is only referred to as Ag. Who sort of sees you come over and gives you a chuckle as a hello.
yeah, Thyra's gonna fawn over her sisters first. Like,
Here's
The
Otter sort
woman
of,
I killed, is she there?
the woman you killed?
Yes.
yeah, the one we killed and brought back to life.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she is there.
Just curious, how does she react to Izzy? She's still a little nervous?
It's not nervousness, it's more discomfort.
Fair enough. Izzy
If
will
anything.
maintain a respectful distance.
Mm-hmm. As Otter sort of recedes from you, Thyra, she kind of looks up and you kind of see the tears in her eyes as she says, I'm really glad that you're okay.
Just didn't go there for a bit, but she kind of taps her chest. Got a little bit of a thick skin on me. Not that easy to kill. I was more worried about you, Galot.
Oh no, we're fine. We had our own challenge. We're not quite as strong as you lot, but I think we managed okay. And you sort of look past her, and you see the Giant King is dead on the floor, along with a handful of other giants that are there.
I mean, it looks like you underestimated yourselves.
Some people here are a little better than others. The elven lady with the yo-yos, she's kind of... Yeah. She's weird. And you can see there in particular.
Yeah,
her
that's what I was gonna say. On that note, that's who I would have gone to.
She's sort of standing there, crossed her arms. She's kind of picking something out of her teeth. She's rough, but she's maintaining that air of confidence that she constantly has.
Mm-hmm. I'll walk over to her, be like, "So, how's this for repaying that punishment that I'm rightly owed?"
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't sweat it any more than you already have. I think Saviors of the Continent is a fairly good title to have.
You know? Like you're doing alright, but a little worse for wear, so here, and I'll kind of put my arm around her shoulders and give her a heat, cure wounds, because fuck it.
Yeah, she doesn't fight it. Just nods at you. Well, if you would choose to do so, the offer to attempt your training again would stand with me. Geth has disappeared somewhere, but he's not much of a factor anymore, so... And of course, it does not have to be with me. If you would like a different monastery or...
I don't think there's
somewhere...
anyone I'd rather have training me than you. After all, you stuck by our side during all this, so...
Very well. I will prepare a specialized session instead, not so burdened by scheduling. Just whenever you are feeling like you want to try, come over and I'll reserve your space.
Definitely take you up on that offer.
Fair enough.
Kind of, even though she's acting like she doesn't need it, he's still gonna kind of help her to move around because you know how much he hurts, and so
yeah,
he imagines how much she hurts.
She's a very dexterous and acrobatic individual, and she's taken hits too. She's definitely harder to hit than the other fucking people here, but she's taken hits and she is in pain even though she hides it well. It's just the nature of who she is. So you can help her move around, no problem.
Yeah.
Anyone else doing anything while we're here?
Yeah, I want to go over to Cormac because he's my people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Hope was gonna head that way to offer some healing.
You walk over to him and you kind of get a better look at him. It doesn't appear that his leg was severed so much. More so, it was frozen, shrunken down, and shattered in a number of places. And you can kind of see the bones sticking through parts of the ice on the top layer. Bits of skin still there, but flesh has been completely shaved off. It's a really bad-looking sight, and he's probably going to have to lose the leg. As you kind of walk over, he's like, "So, you are... good to see that you made it."
Good to see that you made it.
Almost
How you
in
doing
one
there?
piece. Well, I can't feel my toes. If nothing else. Adrenaline's kind of keeping me at bay here, but I wager in a few hours I'm going to be in a lot of pain.
That does look very painful.
Yeah, it is, I'm sure.
I've never been... What happened?
I got swarmed by a bunch of elementals, and they really got me. But it's okay because I had this fucking lot, and he points back to his friends who were all just standing there. So we got him in the end. It was hard.
Well, Hope, do you mind patching him up as much as you can?
I'll do what I can to at least ease the rest of the pain.
I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
That plus his level.
You said Vaya was here? Is Vaya here?
Yeah, the tree is here. You kind of see Vi just sitting on the outward steps on one of the roots, just smoking her pipe.
Vaya, do you have anything good in that pipe? Like, that might not dull the pain, but maybe not make you think about it?
Sweetie, I offered it to him already. He's taken a bunch.
Alright.
I'm nothing if not generous.
Let's get the wounded inside the tree. How about?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And after Hope's done patching up, Cormac, I guess, is...
She's going to whisper something to him as she walks away, and I'm going to send that to Equa.
To who?
Cormac.
Okay. Sure.
Thyra didn't walk away.
Yeah, I'll send it to you if you can hear it. I'll stealth whisper, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably heard that. I'll send it to you too.
You watch as Vaya kind of gets up. Vaya's a little healthier than the others. She's kind of in the same area as Haresh. She begins toddling over as she does and trying to help people up. Vaya also is a little older and a little stiff, shall we say. So she's not the best help, but she definitely tries. And you kind of see Rokonoka come through the doorway, and he also begins pulling people over the best that he can. But as you get closer, you see that the tree itself is full of the 4 or 5 lizard folk who are still alive. They appear to have lost one, and the corpse of that is still on the table in the middle there. But although the tree is pretty much crowded already, he'll bring as many people in as he can.
If you'll let me, I will offer to help Cormac.
Sure, yeah, he'll let you. That's no problem.
Is he, after they load as many people as they can, is he definitely smoke some of Vi's pipe?
Sure. Yeah. Hope, as you whisper that to Cormac, he just sort of he's maintaining a brave face here. And with your high insight, you can see that kind of leaves a kind of severe distaste in his eyes, as is. He doesn't even really say anything back.
Oh, I'm just trouble making. Don't worry.
He very much doesn't want to think about that right now.
God, what did
kind of like makes that look of like looking away, like just whistling.
Yeah, Via will sort of take you over to one of the hills, Izzy, and sit down on it and offer you the pipe. And you can see now the sun is beginning to rise. You appear to have fought through the night. It's just difficult to tell because of the glow that Kymel gave off. There are kind of like rays of orange shining over across the battlefield. She hands the pipe over.
So you did it, huh?
Apparently so.
It's pretty good. Pretty impressive of yous. How you feeling?
Like I want to sleep for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. I more so meant like, how does it feel to know that you just killed a god, saved a whole continent of people?
Has it really sunk in yet? I don't think.
Well,
it's the victory is sort of. She kind of looks out at the burned field and the bodies of the dead and wounded and says, I'm glad we did it, but it's sort of ruined by the fact that we had to in the first place. If that makes sense.
You kind of see her raise an eyebrow and look back over the fields.
I'm kind of impressed that you kind of feel a little remorseful about this.
Well, she kind of holds up her hands, and she's out of spell, so a little bit of magic power that she has remaining kind of ignites her hand in the blue fire.
Mm-hmm.
And says, when Tyra's village was attacked, I made a promise. The next day I could do this. I can heal now. I harm the servants of evil.
You see her
I
kind of pull up an arm and bring you in closer, and these like long turtle claws begin like stroking the side of your head as you lean in.
I didn't understand what chaos was for a long time. I sort of used him as an excuse to do bad things. Because he was telling me to do bad things, but I don't think he really understood what he was either. And I sort of understand now that I'm able to do these things, and not just on cliche, but I have a responsibility with them. So,
Well, I think that's very admirable. Heroes of the world, eh? Not bad for a street urchin.
Not bad for an urchin. Not bad for an old fucking turtle.
I'm not that old.
You're pretty older than me. Well,
I'm still young at heart.
I do have to deal with my dad, though, and I don't look forward to that.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, that will come later.
For sure.
And you kind of just sit there for a while and look at the sunset as it comes.
Sunrise.
Yeah, sunrise.
Get your own continuity straight.
Yeah, shit. Fuck me. Great. So, anyone else want to do anything while you're here? Awesome. So as you ferry people back into the tree, you kind of Rokonoka agrees to help using the tree ferry people back and forth to Rokrovi. And you know, the tree itself has been such a difficult thing to learn how it functions. He seems to have gotten the hang of it pretty well by now, and it can move at great speed. So he manages to come back a couple of trips in an hour, and he's got everyone back to Rokrovi. If you guys want to go in the tree, you can do so.
Izzy will help ride in the tree and bring people back in for a little while before she is just unable to physically do it anymore.
If we were waiting an hour for him to ferry people, could we have gotten a short rest?
You could have gotten a short rest.
I assume I couldn't have gotten a short rest because of what I just said.
Apart from Isabel, who's the only one who can use it for magic.
Yeah.
Great. Go ahead.
So I will wild shape into an eagle, and I will fly back to the city.
Okay.
Would anybody like to go with me? I'm going to turn into a bird and fly. Try to survey the area a little bit, see how much damage has been done.
Yeah, you know, I've never gotten to fly on an eagle before. I've always been doing the flying.
Well, remember we flew in the airplane on my eagles? I wasn't an eagle, but I'd conjured them.
Oh, I thought I was an eagle.
You were an eagle, then I conjured eagles. Then I think you had to be an eagle again.
Yeah, I've never gotten to fly on the... I flew on a rock before, actually. That was pretty cool. Okay.
That's a giant eagle. It's even better than a regular eagle.
Let's not dissect what I just said. Let's...
But yeah, you can... Sure. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to fly like an eagle?
I have... I'm going to help Rokonoka with... in the tree for a bit.
I'm gonna head back and see what happened at the echelon there.
Sorry.
Who is going back with Thyra?
I will.
So the three of you make perception checks for me.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
Before we leave, I would just look to Hope and just, I'll meet you back there. I just don't feel right leaving her alone right now.
I completely understand. It's fine. We'll see you later.
Yeah. 23 for the perception.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my hit dice squared away.
What'd you get, Lincoln?
14.
14. Okay.
Because, alright. Perception, you said.
Yes, it's with the eagle stats, but I think it gets advantage because it's an eagle.
No, it's my stats. Because it's not polymorph.
Oh, because it's a wisdom-based skill, right?
Yeah. 24.
Okay. 24. So you and Wade kind of see as you soar overhead, and you're way above the battlefield just to prevent any extra harm coming to you where it should. You do kind of make out off closer to the walls. You kind of make out a small cluster of small people. You see Asmund and Kev, and also Madeline there, kind of sitting along the ground, maybe 120, 200 feet, somewhere within that range, away from the wall. Asmund's kind of in the middle, and the two of them are on either side, sort of almost encompassing her, and on the ground in front of her is a kind of familiar dark-skinned, bald man who appears to have perished in the fight. Loven is no longer with you guys. And you guys just keep going. Straight back.
Equa, how far... No, I wouldn't have seen it. Never mind.
Yeah, you didn't quite make it.
So what I would have done is I would have surveyed the actual battle area, and then done a loop, probably not around the city, but around the echelon, and to find the explosion, and that is where I would have eventually landed.
Sure. Yeah. You give it a look around, and the tower itself has a big chunk taken out of the side of it. Not the first time that it's happened in this tower. And it's not the first time it's happened from the same source. You kind of see part of it has exploded outwards, and some of the city in Rokrovi anyway is damaged. The damage appears to be minimal because you kept Kymel way outside the walls, which is really good on you guys. But there has been some damage to buildings and the surrounding area, and in addition, things around the tower have also been damaged from bricks flying outwards and impacting nearby structures. But you come to that hole in the wall, and manage to fly in, and the entire room is blackened and dark, and there is no person in here.
Without thinking, Thyra, forgetting she's an animal, is just gonna go, caw, or whatever sound an eagle makes.
Yes.
Would Hope have
Windows
made
have
it
an
back
eagle
to the
monster.
echelon at this point, since they did a loop and everything?
How are you traveling back to the echelon?
Her broom.
Yeah.
So she could fly over the creeks and all that stuff. Just go straight there.
The same speed as an eagle. So yeah, you would have made it back.
Okay. She was just looking around for their friends and the people they left there.
So Hope would have gotten there before Wade and I did.
Sure. So you hope go into the front doors basically, and you're going to survey and see who is left alive.
Yes.
Okay. You run in and you see a small crowd of people standing in the bottom, in the sort of main reception area, not really knowing what to do now. The battle still is kind of going on somewhat. For some of the people, they're just still, fighting cultists and whatever. But a lot of the people in here are wounded. Some don't know what's happening. Some don't know what to do. Make a perception or investigation check to see if you can find anyone that you know.
24.
24. You start moving around. and eventually, as you're stumbling through the crowd, you kind of hit a smaller figure of halfling size, really messy brown, shaggy hair, and kind of darker eyes, standing there, hands up and together as she's kind of getting squashed in this mosh pit of refugees. You manage to find Flea standing around, and she says, "Oh my god, hi!
Hello.
What's happening?"
Well, the Titans are down. They're just taking care of those that aren't fleeing.
Did we win?
Yeah.
That's
Where
good.
are the others? Did you lose them?
No. What's her face? The
Shawnee?
woman. Yeah, she's with the owl bears. They're up a floor, kind of hanging out. Hamish didn't make it.
Oh god. All right.
Be careful though, because we were attacked, and not by elementals or nothing like, by thieves.
That would make sense. Those who stayed behind to loot.
I don't know. They seem to be pretty organized to me.
Yeah, I have a good suspicion of who it is. All right. I'm assuming Wade and Thyra will make their way here soon.
Okay, can you get me out of here? Because I can't see.
Yeah, and she's gonna offer her the broom so she can float above and have the broom follow her.
Yeah, she'll jump on the broom and you can go and take her along. That's fine. And you kind of like soar over and back up the stairs, and you go up, not to the next floor, but it's a couple floors above that, because each of them are holding a number of individuals themselves. But eventually you do find Shani kind of sitting alone behind the two owl bears, and no one's really going near her because she's protected by owl bears. And those thick like metal bands on her arms seem a little duller than before. She herself is a little cut up, not too bad. The bears have done their job pretty well, and she sort of sees you come in, and the smile comes back, and she leaps up and runs over to give you a hug.
Hey.
I'm so glad that you're okay. Is everyone else fine?
Yeah, we everyone's just gonna make their way here. There's a couple of gruesome injuries, but we lost Tharden by necessity, but we'll see if we can fix that later. Yeah.
Wild.
They're gone. The two of them, they're gone. The two Titans. Oh boy. She's just gonna sit down too and be like, I need to stop moving.
Yeah. Shani will sit down next to you, and you guys can talk a little bit before you see. What do they see, Thyra? Are you still an eagle?
When she entered the hole, yes, she was still an eagle.
Okay. So what happens when you enter the hole?
I did make a very loud whatever sound an eagle makes when I came in.
With your perception, you probably would very faintly. She's way up the tower.
I think Thyra's here. Let's go. And like forces herself back up to her feet. And starts going up this tower.
As Thyra tries to go in the building and realizing that she's a giant eagle, can't really do it very well. Like, and she's gonna hop off and just like flash step forward and just like sings out. I'm assuming it's dark inside the tower still, or there's shadows at least.
Yeah, it's dark inside. Yeah,
I would
do that.
I would take a look around in eagle form first before I drop it, making sure that Alakit and Wade can both get off.
Yeah. Yes, that's totally fine. You take a look around and you kind of see the damage, and then revert back to regular Thyra and begin walking through the door. And as you sort of go down the stairs, it's halfway down the stairs that you see Hamish's former wheelchair, and the corpse inside, which doesn't appear to have been killed by an elemental, but appears to have 2 stab wounds in the side, just underneath the ribs. Wasn't killed by a non-humanoid, it appears.
I'm seeing this too.
You are seeing this too.
Well, it looks like I got some work to do once we're done with what we need to.
I'll put my hand on Wade's shoulder.
Do we get up to them at this point?
You're not far behind. You're about to hit him.
I didn't even want them to fight.
Maybe Hope can use her magic little fingers and bring him back.
I'm just gonna, if it hasn't been done yet, close his eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were still open. And as you go ahead and crouch over and close the eyes, you begin to hear footsteps coming from down the stairs upwards. And in about an instant, you see Hope, Shani, Flea, and 2 large owlbears flanking behind.
I thought I heard a giant bird, but and I guess Hope noticed this. Oh boy. It seems like some thieves, organized thieves, decided to loot while everyone was away. And
Given that they helped dig that tunnel system, I don't think that they were here to loot so much as steal the orb.
You kind of see Shani begin to nod.
oh, even worse.
That's what they were after, but I don't understand why. I don't know how they knew, but they knew that we would be up here, and they ambushed us, and yeah.
Equa, did we tell anybody where we were? Like, who else knew besides the people that were protecting her and us?
Trying to figure out, make an intelligence check.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring out too, right here.
Okay. An intelligence check?
Straight
Yes.
intelligence?
Yep.
Oh! It's not bad. 19.
Nice, pretty good.
I rolled a 13.
That's good for you, Wade.
It's good for Wade, but not great.
No.
Like,
I
yeah.
got
Natural.
8.
So, Thyra, you kind of begin maybe piecing some of it together. This was where the orb was detonated last time, and although it was never confirmed, it was heavily suspected that the Choke were the ones who were employed by the Scorched King to dig the tunnels and previously steal the orb, and it was detonated in that place. It would make sense to you that they would just target the exact same room because the Echelon didn't think that they were a threat, because the whole fucking thing was under attack. As for their motivations, it's impossible to tell. They could just be greedy.
Oh, I've never wanted revenge on someone so bad as right now. As a player, I'm like, but
Do you think that because they're so proficient with tunnels, they'd still be underground?
possibly.
I still have a little bit of fire running in my veins.
Are you gonna
The sewers
send a
need a
warning?
good. The sewers need a good cleaning, don't you think? Wade, with all those sewer chewers, do a little flushing out.
Yeah. I've heard that they are actually quite the cleanup crew. Those sewer chewers.
I mean, sometimes, after the Earth has been disrupted, sometimes water levels just rise. There's nothing you can do about it. And sometimes people get trapped.
I would never want something like that to happen.
I wouldn't either. Let's hope something like that doesn't happen, right? I don't think Thyra or Wade are intelligent enough for their characters to actually pick up what the other one's putting down.
I don't think so either.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna grab Shawnee's hand and do very similar that I did with all of my tribesmates. I'm just gonna look her over and make sure she's okay. And the owlbears too.
The owlbears are in rougher shape. In particular, Karan. Karan is such a force of nature because he's got so many scars and cuts on him normally, and now he's got it worse, and he's owning it. He's wearing it with pride. He loves that he's just got into fights and killed a bunch of people. He loves it. So he's happy with himself.
I'm gonna cast Goodberry. I know it's not a lot, but it's all I got left. And I'm gonna give some to Shawnee, Karan, and Panada. I keep forgetting her name.
Yeah, you don't need to roll animal handling. They'll take it. They know you. Great. So, is there anything else that you guys want to do?
Yeah. Hope is going to ask Wade. Do you want me to try and bring him back tomorrow?
Think you could do something like that?
I have the diamonds and the spell that's up to 10 days. That's why I took it. Because you went down and
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow we make a trip with everyone. Asmin, Thyra, Kev, we can see what the dead want us to do.
All right.
So, is there anything else that everyone is doing during this day?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't want to do it.
Do it.
That's up to you.
Do I go Anakin?
What?
Do I go Anakin?
Oh.
Or,
she's not pregnant yet. She's got to be pregnant before you can kill her.
No, sorry. that was the wrong Star Wars reference. I think I meant Luke. No, it's Anakin. It's Anakin who goes back and slaughters everybody.
You are correct.
I'm talking about when he goes back and slaughters all the... Yeah, never mind.
All the younglings?
Nope, not even that.
Oh.
Not that one. Not that
That's
one.
what I got
The sand people.
Yeah, the sand.
Okay.
I can't remember their names right now. What they're called.
Yeah.
Tuskens.
Thank you.
Yeah, the readers. Sorry, there are too many bad things Anakin did.
Yeah,
Anakin's
like, now that
really bad person.
Anakin's a shitlord.
Yeah, not someone to emulate.
That's great. It's fine. Perfectly okay.
I'll kind of wait for, I guess, everybody to disperse a little bit, have a little bit of a private moment with Shawnee, keep the owlbears close.
Okay, yeah, you can do that if you want. You can go find a side room in the tower that isn't currently occupied.
Oh, you know how I've told you I'm not very good with people, right?
Yeah, I have begun to notice that a little more as we've gotten to know each other a little bit.
Oh, so when I first met you in Keijo, didn't meet her in Groby, wasn't the nicest of people, most pleasant on first sight. I did growl at you, I think. But I'm glad that we were able to get you out of that room and let you start making your own choices. And I started realizing that I had feelings for you. But I didn't really know, because, you don't really know those things at first. I first started when I gave you my cloak, and that was the first time that I kind of revealed who I really was. And that was really difficult for me. That was something that I hid for a very long time. And it was a responsibility I didn't think I'd be able to embody. But when I let you leave with it, I think I kind of knew then. And then every time Rakrovi was mentioned, I tried to make it happen so I could spend more time with you. But I never expected to make it out of this fight alive. Even to this fight in particular, so I didn't want to say anything or act untoward, so that, at least you just mourn a friend and not something more. But then I met Varden, and I realized that time is short, and that's why I kind of told you how I felt and then ran away twice. But that was also because I didn't expect to make it this far. And I didn't think I would come back unless there was even a false hope. I think if I would have stayed and heard your rejection, I might not have made it. I might have ended up like my dad. But she kind of takes a deep breath. I think I can handle it now.
Yeah, while you're talking to her, she's kind of nodding along. You kind of get, as you're confessing your feelings to her, that she's probably figured it out by now. Amidst the terrible social interaction that you had last time, she's probably figured it out. And she's just kind of nodding as it goes along, and she kind of grabs your hand at one point through it, and she stops for a second, and she says, I understand that this is hard for you, and it's okay. I don't want to push you. And I think it's very nice to see that you are getting more comfortable with yourself and hopefully becoming a happier person. And I think that I have a lot of things that I need to figure out. But if you are willing to be patient, then I think we can see.
Thyra will cup her face. I've got plenty of time. And anything that'll make you happy will make me happy.
She kind of smiles through the pushed up lips that you have in your massive half-orc hands. And she says, okay, very good.
Wherever you want to go, whatever you want to do, I'll do whatever I can in my power to make that happen for you.
I think I'm going to stay here for a little bit and make sure that Asmin is okay, and then I think I'm going to try and make her go back to KJO for a small time.
I think it would be good for both of them, Asmin and Kev,
I
to go
agree.
home for a while. Expect frequent visits, for sure.
Yes, I I will expect that. And she kind of Shani herself is pretty shy. And even throughout your journey, you've seen her kind of unfurl and blossom a little bit into a much more comfortable individual. And even now, she's in this intense moment, reversing back to that shyness a little bit, but it's definitely improved. And as you sort of finish up with your conversation, she holds out her hand for you to take it.
He does.
And then she begins leading you back downstairs to meet up with the rest of the group.
I'll have to convince 2 owlbears to move to a different wood.
Is that what you're trying to do next?
Yep.
Okay.
But I'll let somebody else go.
Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything today?
Right before we do a long rest, I don't know if that's like how far out that is, but I do want to do a couple things, yes.
You guys have already taken your long rest for the day, but because of the weight of what's happened, I'm going to allow you to take another long rest whenever you want to.
Okay.
So you don't have to wait the whole day if you don't want to.
Okay. Yeah, so just like before, like right before, like as we're kind of all settling in, that's kind of whatever I want to do, my couple things, so.
Sure. So if you want to go ahead and do them now, then you can definitely do so.
Okay. First one, because I still have spell slots left somehow. I want to cast sending.
Yep.
To what's her face? Because I can't remember because I don't have my notes up because I'm a goofball.
Is this one chick.
Yeah,
Okay.
Her.
Sure.
And just very plainly, just gonna say, you're the god today. How about that date in, say, 2 weeks?
Okay.
Just leave it at that.
The response comes back and she says, "Oh my, well done. Sure." And that's it. It's like, that's a heavy thing to drop on someone.
I know, but he's just too tired to give a shit. He's just...
So the response is limited, but the answer is yes.
Okay. Second thing. He is going to try and find Rokonoka again and ask for some incense again. Just some basic incense.
When was the last time you asked Rokonoka for incense?
2 days ago, I think.
Okay.
Basically,
so,
before we left Keijo.
He's been traveling the whole time, so I don't think Rokonoka would have any spare incense for you because he has not been able to hit the shops.
That's fine. In that case, he's just gonna do it. And he's gonna go off, not too far from where everybody else is kind of settled, but somewhere quiet and secluded. Kind of set up the usual meditation, format with just amulet and the holy symbol out in front of him.
Okay.
And kind of just focus and try and go back to her sanctum again, just because that's the familiarity that he has, and with what happened to him today, just wants to go and more or less just go home.
Sure. That's totally doable. And your long rest we'll see how that goes. Great. So, anyone else?
I have 3 things I want to do, all kind of semi-related. First thing I want to do is talk to Madeline.
Yep. Okay. You can find her in the echelon later in the day. sort of
Can I
addressing the people.
have
and,
taken a short rest at that point?
I'll allow that. That's fine.
Beautiful. Yeah. I will try and find. I'll find her.
Mm-hmm.
And she's talking to people right now.
She's gonna have a busy day ahead of her as the leader here, and throughout bits and murmurings. Originally, when you came to Rokrovi, there were 3 high archivists. There was her, Yasik, and the half-orc gentleman whose name is Quavo Adin. In talking around, you hear rumors of his passing, and now Madeline has inherited the whole organization to herself. So she's having a hell of a day being in charge right now. And you kind of see her talking to a bunch of people, and she sort of clocks you and tries to dismiss them real quick, and then runs over real quick and says, "Thanks for saving me, let's go, come on." Then she sort of like very quickly leads you off into a different room.
All right. I will follow and to the other room. Well, we did it, I think.
Yeah, nothing like killing a god in your day and then
Yeah.
having to pick up the pieces afterwards all by yourself. It's a hell of a way to get repaid for it, but no, it's great.
Yeah. 2 things really I want to talk to you about. Actually, 3 things. First off, you had mentioned you wanted my help with something after this is all over.
Right. Yes. We'll deal with that. I'm going to give it a little while.
Sure.
There are a lot of things for me to do here. We'll try in a couple of weeks, couple of months to get that done. But
yeah,
it's on my mind.
For sure. All right. So now 2 things because you're busy, and I realized the 3rd thing would pull you away. Well, maybe. Well, all right. Second thing is my dad, Norman.
Right.
What's the plan with him?
And you kind of see she's... That's not a topic that she expected to be brought up right now. There's been a complication with that.
Is he dead?
We don't know. He's not here.
Are the parasites here?
Nope.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, I kind of didn't know that he was going to do that.
I cast message to Norman. Where the fuck are you?
Okay, you cast sending. And the spell goes out, and there is no response.
Alright, add that to my ever-growing list of to-do lists. Well, alright. No, don't worry about it. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna kick his ass.
If it helps, I don't know if it does. The only thing that he did leave was his chair. So either he's walking again or he's not far.
Oh, he's bonded with a parasite. It's my guess.
I don't know. What was the other thing?
I was going to ask your help to find my brother, actually.
Sure.
You seemed busy, so I was going to drop it, but...
Right, no. It depends on when you're going. I can probably...
Sooner rather than later now, because it's also going to include my dad now.
Okay.
And he's
you'd have to give me a little bit of time. If nothing else, I need some help with this, so I'm going to ask a few people, and then hopefully I can get a little bit of time.
After this, it's search for my dad. Like, seriously, like, after this is all over, after a week of this, I'm fucking gone. I get it. If you can't help, that's fine. But I kind of have to find him because I don't trust him to be out in the world.
No, that's totally fair. It's kind of my fault. I just didn't think he was going to go anywhere.
It's not your fault. He's insane.
Yeah. Okay. If there's nothing else, I should get back, but don't be afraid to come save me again. at any point.
Well, sure, I can go in there and scare all of them away for a while, if you wish.
I don't think that's a very good look for me or you, but
Eh,
thanks for the
that's
offer.
all right. I give her a hug.
Yeah, she doesn't really reciprocate the hug, but it's kind of like that thing where she pats the sides and your back a little bit, and then retreats back into herself.
All right. Good luck. Fucking heck. Well, that clears up the two other things I was going to do because they both involved my dad.
Sure.
Yeah, I think maybe Birdie's just asleep, right? She's just unconscious.
Yeah, she's clocked the fuck out.
So yeah, I was literally going to talk to Thyra about something about my dad, and then talk to my dad. So
great. So that wraps you up for the day. Wade, you doing anything today?
I think I would talk to Hope at some point while probably winding down for the day, or I guess it's morning now though, right?
Yeah, it is morning.
Before I go to rest.
Sure.
And just kind of sit with her and be like, we won, but feels like shit still.
Yeah. Losing people does that too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to see that happen. Your father, I know, not the one that raised you, but still.
Yeah. No, he was my dad. And I can't help. Camel, before he died, he said something about day will come. I don't know, something ominous.
You think that someone else like him will rise up again?
This time I'm gonna pull out the orb and the necklace thing. It was a necklace, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if these were their weapons, or maybe they can still use this to come back someday. Some way of holding on. I don't know what to do.
Does Hope recognize the icicle one as the one that Kaifin had used? Is it the same? Or is it...
You take it over, and it's not just a shard of ice. It appears to be some like cold metal that is very cold to the touch. And it's almost like there is a jewel in the middle of it that is an ice crystal, and then it sort of separates into the inside and fans out. It's definitely not the same as the one that Kaifin had. It's something different.
Well, the Watchers were created, right? Maybe these are the basis, the heart of their creation. Whoever made them before had to bind them to something, right?
Right.
Like a body, but... I don't know, it's a theory.
So as long as these exist, could someone bring them back?
You said the Watcher spoke to you in a dream, right?
Yeah.
Well, if they're still alive, maybe we can try reaching out and asking one.
Yeah. How would one go about that?
I don't know yet. I mean, I messaged people across planes just by knowing their description. We have items that belong to them. If they're alive.
Defeated by I don't know who, but
I thought that it was said that they were either hiding or some were defeated. So I'm not sure if all of them are gone.
The tale was that they lost the fight against Kaimol, and subsequently the only way that they could de-threatenize him was to steal away parts of his power and turn them into the orbs and then hide them. It's very difficult to tell whether they are alive or dead, or if some are alive or dead.
I mean, it's worth a shot. We can try and find places that are protected to hide them again. I suppose if we head back to the temple in Latland, we could hide it in the secret room, but, you know, devils may be coming in and out of there for a while.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure we could make a room of lead or something. Maybe even...
I want to find a way to destroy him for good.
I mean, we have magic.
Well,
We can try in the morning. Or somewhere not inside the city in case they blow up.
yeah, probably that, preferably. Maybe we should, study him a little first.
Oh, well, Durr identifies a ritual spell. Give me a second. And she'll try and figure out what they are using identify.
Okay. You gather through both of them. The necklace is called a Pendant of the Ice Watcher, and the orb is called an Orb of the Fire Watcher. They are, in many ways, the equivalents of your items.
Oh, so they are like weapons. Watcher weapons.
Basically, yeah.
So as long as, we keep them out of the hands of the wrong people. I mean, only the ones chosen could wield them, right? But what happens if...
Do the Watchers choose, right? We couldn't choose, could we?
I doubt it.
I would love to take something so evil and turn it good.
I mean, we have time to try and figure that out. We could maybe ask Madeline and Asnan, people here at the Echelon. They'd probably have a better understanding of the magics than I do. That's for sure.
Yeah. Let's keep this tight circle. Maybe just Asmin for now.
All right. I'm fine with that.
That gives me peace knowing it's not what I thought.
Do you think that we'll be allowed to keep these items, or if they'll just be randomly vanish away again?
I don't know. I hope I never need it again, though.
Yeah.
So, Hope, is there anything else that you want to do today?
No, she probably before talking just spent her day helping out, healing who she could.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's it.
Thyra, anything that you want to do today?
Yeah, I had one more thing today. I'm gonna ritually cast Speak with Animals.
Yes, sir. You go ahead and isolate the owl bears. And as you do so, and you cast a spell, you look up, and Karan is pretty close to you, just, sort of doing that heavy bear thing where they breathe real heavy, and they just, stare at you. Typical bear thing.
The Thyra imitates him, mostly because she thinks it's cute.
Yeah, you kind of.
She thinks this monstrosity is cute.
If
They
neither
are
owls,
cute.
neither owls nor bears have eyebrows, but if they did, you kind of get that he would raise one. Yeah, and he's just staring at you.
I'm glad you. Thank you guys for, protecting Shawnee for me. I'm sure you're ready to get back to your young.
We are. When can we leave?
Probably not tomorrow, but definitely the day after for sure. There's a little bit of recovery that needs to be done. A little bit of a kickstart. I have an offer for you. You played your part in this grand scheme of saving the world. How would you like a safe yet wild place to raise your owlets?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no. Okay. 13. That's actually not bad for her.
We kind of see him look back to you.
You are talking about the meat place.
That I am. There's enough wood in the area that you can be far enough from civilization, but still be under protection if you need it.
We will survey the area when we return. We will consider.
That's all I ask. And if you decide no, I can take you back to the bramble where you both know.
Anything else you want to talk to them about?
No, but I want to try and give him a hug.
Make a animal handling check.
Oh, I'm better at that.
Yeah, I'll allow this one.
29.
It's not even that he agrees. You just sort of hold your arms out and he just stands there, completely still. And you go ahead and hug him, and he doesn't really move. Not in a way of he's being cold to you or he dislikes it, more so in the way of he doesn't understand why you would do this, but he allows it.
You've been a good friend.
Thank you.
And I would offer to fix your battle wounds, but they fit you. Like, it's almost like you're meant to have them.
They are a symbol of the things I have endured. They will stay.
And that's all.
Okay.
Minor chit-chat until the 10 minutes is up.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to finish my thing with one last thing.
Sure.
Since I was winding down, but just like sleep off all this, and with that conversation with Hope, I would use my trident to teleport to a river, the river where remember we rented the canoe or whatever, that boat.
Yeah,
travel?
that's in the city still.
Yeah.
It's surrounding,
Exactly.
but yeah, you can go there. Totally fine.
Yeah, I teleport there. I'm gonna just pull that boat into the river. I'm gonna lay in the boat and try to focus as I fall asleep on the Water Watcher and just see if I can make any sort of connection.
Okay, sure. So as you go ahead and lie down in this boat, that is where we're going to take our break. We'll be back here in 5 or 10 minutes to continue the story. So everyone else, go get a snack and when we come back, we'll wrap it up.
All right.
So welcome back, everyone. So where we left off, Wade,
Yes.
you are lying down in the boat. It's not really a canoe more as it is like a fantasy gondola.
Okay.
And so it doesn't move much on your own. But it just drifts there, as it does. And as you fall into your wandering sleep, your eyes begin to open. And you are standing in a swamp. In a familiar swamp. Not one that you have physically stood in before. Not one that you've really been in before, but one that you've visited. It's like about a week before. You look forwards to, like, in this clearing that you're standing in, and you kind of see the water ahead begin to bubble a little bit. Faint pops appear, and from under the surface, something begins to rise. This colossal figure made entirely of this clear, like beautifully pristine water begins to stand before you, hundreds of feet tall, looking down at your face. You kind of hear it say, "Hello, Wade. What do you want to do?"
Hey. Fancy meeting you here. We did it. We defeated Camel and the ice one.
I am proud of
Andrew.
you.
I remembered. It was Andrew. Thank you.
You have kept your family alive, and they did the same for you. You have accomplished what we never could. You have defeated Kaimel once and for all, and you have saved this place. And for this, we are grateful. And as you're standing here, you feel the air to your side, to your left side, begin to kind of rapidly warm. And your hair begin to stand on its end. And in a very brief, sudden moment, there is a loud crash, this strike of lightning. And standing next to you, Thyra. Thyra, your eyes open, and you stare forward as you gaze at this massive, watery titan. And standing next to it, where you are next to Wade, you see one made entirely of rolling, crackling lightning. And as this happens, you both hear the cracking and shaking of old boulders as another one begins to rise from the ground. Rays of light burst through the clouds to shine down next to the three of them now, from which another one steps out. And on the opposite side of the light where the shadow is cast, another forms from nothing but darkness. And you, Wade, feel the wind at your back begin to lessen and drift away, and where it once supported you, so now there's a real halfling hand, as that air begins to swirl and form another titan in front. Silvered goats, all of you are now standing here as a team, looking directly at your elemental counterparts. What would you like to do?
I was trying to reach out to you. We had questions.
Before we ask, I want to say thank you for trusting us. I'm honored to be a part of what we just did.
You see yours step forward a little bit and nod. And even looking at you, the sheer array of light is almost blinding to withhold. And it kind of crouches over you and leans forward. And it says, "The thanks belong not to us, but to you."
Glad we managed to do it.
Camel.
Honestly,
Go on.
I wouldn't have picked us personally.
You see
But,
yours, Isabel, the earthen one, kind of take a big, heavy, step forward and crouch down, almost squatting, and it sort of comes dead into your face. And it doesn't have so much of a face, more as like a collection of boulders.
Mhm.
And as it gets real close, you kind of hear it say in this low, earthy growl, almost. You kind of hear it say,
Trust me, you are exactly the kind of people that we wanted.
God, you sound like every single fucking person I ever grew up with, honestly, in the dwarves. I think you died in the right place, is essentially what I'm saying.
Well, if you don't want our gifts, we'll take them back.
No, it's not it. I just... never mind. Question, can I take this off now? Like, I like the power. I like being able to not have to wear clothes sometimes.
you kind of hear it go, and you feel your armor shift a little bit. It still stays on, but it's looser.
Ah, thank you.
So Camel and Xandru, when they were defeated, they left behind items.
Hey.
We assume that those are like your weapons you gave to all us here.
This is a good time. Before we do this, we have to sincerely express our thanks to you for doing this task that we never could, for saving each other, and for enduring all the hardships along the way. And he kind of looks over to you, Wade and Thyra. We are in your debt. However, the work is not yet done.
Never
Our
did.
siblings may be dead, but in their wake, and the big titanic hand beckons forward, they leave gifts. This pendant and the orb. These gifts are just like your own. They are powerful and dangerous. And they do not belong in a museum or an archive, and do not belong in the hands of those who will do harm. And as we have trusted in your ability before, we now too trust in your judgment. Dependent of the Ice Watcher must belong to someone intelligent, who you can all trust and confide in, who is charming and witty, and who supports you all.
Asman?
Who knows the dangers and the benefits of ice, and someone who is close to water, looks at you, Wade, and air, but is neither.
Yeah.
Definitely sounds like Asman.
I thought Asman, yeah. Smart, I was like, maybe Madeline, and then sort of got further on, and it's definitely Asman.
These don't... Xandru won't contain any influence over the item once given.
You kind of see Kev's Watcher, the one made of air, sort of hunker down a little bit and look at you. These items are raw power. They contain nothing but elemental ability. It's unknown if they will have influence, but in your judgment, the wielders will be able to handle it. And you kind of see the water one return. So you have named your wielder as Asmin Yavadi, correct?
I look
Yes.
around and be like, yeah.
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 Kev?
I think that's a great idea.
Do we call her here or?
Very well. And he puts his hand over, and from the water on one side, you see it begin to rise into a small column and then crash down. And now right next to you stands Asmin.
Hi girl, how you doing?
It's your birthday. Your birthday is today.
Congratulations, you're going to be a guardian.
You kind of see her. A question: where were you all sleeping? Way was in the boat. Where was everyone else sleeping?
I would have probably found some place that was remote, that was safe, like where I knew wasn't going to be an issue of the thieves being an issue, but also secluded / like quiet. If
Did
possible.
anyone choose to go back to Asmin's flat to sleep?
No.
I'm assuming Hope would have stayed wherever Thyra was if Wade was gone.
Right, and as
I
a note,
don't.
Shani would have
Hold
gone
on,
back
hold
to the
on,
flat.
because I might have. Let me flip for it because I can't decide if she would have spent the night with her tribe or Shawnee. Hold on. Yes, she would have been at Asmin's.
Okay, so when you guys were there earlier, Asmin kind of came in late. She had a very long and emotional day, and she had a lot of tears were shed by her. And she basically came in and gave Shani a hug, and they retreated back to the bedroom. And Shani came out about an hour later and basically said, you know, she's fine, but she's hurt. And as you see her now, she's kind of maintaining that same form of heavy weight. But she sees you all here and looks around and, what's going on here?
Thyra just reaches out silently but comfortingly to her.
I think this is an official invitation to join the goats, honestly.
Yeah, and meet the Watchers who provided their help.
Also, yeah, meet some gods.
Surrounded by titanic elementals.
Oh, yeah. Nice to meet you. And you kind of see him, the Water Watcher, which I don't know if any of you know the names of. He kind of looks towards you, Wade, and holds out his massive watery hand.
Is he looking for the necklace, would I imply?
Yeah.
I'll reach in and hand it over to him.
You put it in, and it kind of sinks into the water, but stays there. And as he moves it over and puts it in front of Asmin, he kind of says, "Your friends have elected you to be part of this group. Do you take this responsibility?" And she kind of looks back to you all.
You've always been a part of this group. We couldn't have done any of this without your support.
Yeah.
You guided us many times.
Like I said, an official invitation to the goats.
You are the one that we found inside of it.
Yeah, okay. Very well. And the pendant begins to just push forwards, and she grasps it and puts it on. He continues. The orb of the Fire Watcher must belong to someone who is passionate, whose anger can be a force to reckon with, but used for good.
Cool.
Who is loyal to their beliefs and
Cool.
those they hold closest. Who knows the dangers and the benefits of fire. who is close to lightning, looks forward towards Thyra, and light, and back to Hope, but is neither. Name your wielder.
Duel?
Duel.
Yeah, I mean, they can duel, honestly, personally.
He's shown us. I mean, I know we've had our doubts about him, but time and time again, he showed up.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm not a big fan of, my opinion on politicians, but he's one of the good ones, honestly, and there's no one else I'd rather have this power.
Mazor! Guys, he's talking about Mazor.
I mean, if his name is on the table, yes, definitely.
He's
Oh.
also
I
from.
don't know about the rage. He seems pretty calm to me, though.
He
He's
had
not
his
really a man.
moments.
You don't. Yeah, I don't.
It would be pretty fun. Can you guys just bring Mazor here just for a minute? It would be really fun.
I don't.
Why would-
No, that's a bad idea. I don't think you should bring people here just because it's fun.
Okay.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see Mazor again, honestly,
So, Grizlocke duel?
I'm thinking duel. Honestly, personally.
I mean, I gotta side with my brother. Mazor would be perfect, but I'm biased.
I'm trying to think as a person who they're actually trying to get at, but
I can't piece it
They
together.
they are delivering characteristics that they would like for the Watcher to embody, or that the Watcher did embody, and they want the person to embody, because that's what the Watcher had. The choice is yours.
Rage.
But that's because it's in a way
And-
that, Isabel is stoic and stubborn and hard to move, so she embodies Earth. Thyra is angry and can be reckless like lightning. It's much in the similar way.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Duel's a bad choice. What about Cormac? Everything he did before was fueled by anger. And he's used that anger to help us win this fight
That's
and to rally his people behind him and behind you, Thyra.
ooh.
Yes.
That's
And
Look-
even still, after the battle, he was with his people,
Indeed.
making sure they were safe.
so. Presented forward, we have Duel, who has a lot of anger, has a connection. Does he have a connection to you two? And he points to Thyra and Free.
he's been there since the beginning.
But that's the
Of
beginning.
Gizeri, of the country. He's of the land.
Of the land of fire. He's also like
But I think Cormac said he was also raised there, so.
yeah, Cormac.
He was, and also
Duel, he
Cormac
never-
does have druid blood, so even if
Cormac
he
was-
doesn't know it, he's got some
Cormac
kind
was
of.
born in Aegius, and then he grew up there a little bit and then took off.
But Duel is a master of fire.
Could be helpful.
He knows and understands as a
I
wizard of his skill. He knows
personally
and
would
understands fire.
side with the idea of duel as well.
Yeah,
What if-
that's where my vote is.
We do Duel gets weekdays, and Cormac gets weekends.
I'm gonna look at the Watchers for when Wade suggests that nonsense.
There is no face, but you in particular, Isabel, whenever Wade says things like that, you have a tendency to sigh and kind of, dismiss ideas. And you hear the Earth one sort of go,
Oh fuck! I am perfect for him.
See, that was clearly a joke, but yes.
So, you are all making this decision. We have 3 votes for Urzog Duel, 2 for Cormac. Are we decided?
as much as I agree that Cormac has been there, I don't think it's a good idea to have two in one place.
I can see that. Yeah,
That's fair.
that's
I'm
a
not
fair.
gonna
Yeah.
lie.
I mean, even if we keep them hidden away, having two in one place is worse than having one. And yeah, I mean, I had my reservations about Duel after seeing him in Keijo, but he's proved himself. He helped us with the hag.
Yeah.
He
He's
was
been
almost
honest with
burned
us
to death.
since the beginning.
He has connections.
Yeah.
I think he deserves this.
And he was on top of things, like when he was
He
ready
lost
to
about
help
He lost his friend.
his
He lost
friend.
as bad as much as we did in this fight. He had just as much of a reason to fight as we
Absolutely.
did.
I'm okay with that.
Then it's unanimous.
Very well. And he holds out the other hand. And from on the other side of Asmin, the water begins to rise much higher and then fall. And where it is lies the form of one, the councilman, Azog Duel. And he sort of blinks his eyes and looks forward. And kind of pauses there for a second. And then looks to his side and sees all of you.
Welcome to the principal's office.
Official invitation to join the goats.
To take that power that we just defeated of Kaimal as your own sort
Yeah.
of muse.
Irony, ain't it?
You think
Do
you
something
can
good with it. Yeah.
control it and not let it consume you.
And was this your decision or theirs?
We
Let's-
decided.
Yeah, we voted for you.
I see.
And you watch as the giant hand comes forward to you once again, Wade.
I'll hold it out.
The orb comes through, and it meets a little more resistance with the water. It's so strange, almost like there is a faint difference between water and fire, in much the same way that you and Duel kind of didn't really trust each other at the start.
Yeah.
But it goes through, and it meets, and he holds it over.
Do you accept this responsibility?
And Duel sort of takes a moment and thinks.
Yeah, I do.
Very well. And the orb goes over, and he takes it.
It is to you all that we offer this next task. One that is everlasting and requires vigilance. In the wake of our siblings, a vacuum of strength is left. Others will try to fill this. Do not let them. Villains may try to slink into power. Do not let them. Emoris is young. She is beautiful. And she needs to be protected. She needs to be watched. In our stead, we ask you to become the new Watchers for as long as is left in your lives. And when the time comes for you to pass, may you each choose individually a successor who is truly good, who embodies the qualities that make you who you are, so that they may continue to watch in your stead. What do you say?
I do.
I have a question. As he goes, like he kind of puts his hand up real slowly.
Mhm.
Given the complicated nature of my rebirth over the last thousands of years, from what I've gathered. Will this power follow me through each of those lives? Or will this be gone with this one?
You see your watcher begin to loom over you slightly. And it's like staring into the void. There is nothing there. It's just darkness. As it comes close and it seems to give you kind of like this once over.
You are an interesting person to wield this power. You never know who you are going to be when you return. It may fall back into your hands. But that depends on your successor. And that is your choice.
I accept.
So,
Yeah, fuck it. I'm always up to kick some ass. Especially in the name of good. Sounds like a fun time.
Did we come here with our watcher weapons?
you did.
Lyra's not gonna say anything. She's just gonna tap her staff on the water, and the tines will just start flickering the lightning between each other.
Yeah, you kind of see yours look back to you. And it just kind of says, I was watching you during your fight. Let your enemies hear you coming.
That I will.
Is everyone in agreement?
Aye,
Yes.
Grant then. Is that the name of the Earth Watcher?
Aye, that's me.
That was me asking you, the person. Grant, I would ask a favor if you wouldn't mind.
And what's that?
You're connected to the Earth, and I assume you see a lot of what happens around.
Well, we tend to watch
Aye.
everything.
Good to know.
I was gonna say.
I would like to know if you can give me a lead on where my father is. He took something very powerful and very dangerous, and then I would like back. There's something. He took the parasites. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. What am I being all cagey about? Took the fucking parasites.
You kind of see it lumber forward and become straight, and the head goes down for a second.
Just a lead.
He's moving north of Rokrovi.
Is he alone?
No. But with you and with him, you're never really alone.
Shit.
He's probably heading back to Earnroot.
Oh, he's doing something stupid. He's doing something stupid. Oh yeah, by the way, my dad's gone. Fuck.
Above ground? Above ground?
Oh, that's important. Is he above ground?
Yes, he's above ground. We've got something to do here.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to ask. It felt like I should ask now. If I didn't, I would regret it.
I'm gonna kind of like elbow Wade. Should we ask for a favor? Or should we just take care of it ourselves?
I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. I don't know what they attain the power to do something like that, but
how great is your power?
We have some. What are you asking?
many of our beloved perished in this fight. Is there any way they could be returned to us.
You kind of hear this long, gurgled sigh come from the one ahead of you. You do not need for us to revive a number of your friends. I understand your pain when it comes to your father. But you should know, especially as a worshipper, he is at peace where he is.
I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest, Wade and Thyra both. We can by all means try and talk to him and see what he wants. But given what he did during his life, he's probably more at peace now, knowing that he went out the way he did, fighting and destroying the thing that took so much from him, than if he were to live another 200 years and die as an old man. I understand wanting your father back. Believe me, I do. But you also need to be accepting of the fact that he might not want to come back.
At least we can be happy in the choice and the thought that we tried and he made his decision.
Be true.
Fair. Yeah.
So, we are in agreement.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, always fight at their sides.
Then it is done. Although it may seem that we are gone, take comfort in the fact that, like you, our gaze will never truly fade from this world. Now, rest. For thanks to you, tomorrow is a new day. And it is with this that the 8 of you are now declared by us as the new Watchers of Emoris. There's a moment there where they all stay focused on you, and then each one respectively begins to turn, lumbering away for a few colossal steps, and then they begin to shrink away.
What was his name? What's Izzy's god's name? Gargath?
Grantham?
Anthem?
Yeah.
Grantham.
Can I ask you a favor? I feel a little weak today. It doesn't have to be as powerful, but could you make me something that looks kind of like that?
I'm afraid that's got most of my power, but if you're interested in sharing, you need only ask your friend.
Izzy.
You have a tribe full of craftsmen that can make things out of stone.
As they
I
all
need this to kick my father's ass.
fade one by one back into whichever elemental source they came from. The last one to go is the water one. As it reaches the end of its path, it turns back to all of you, and it looks directly at you, Wade. And as you look back to it, you watch where the corners of wherever its mouth may be begin to widen into this massive, toothy, big grin, and just smile at you for a while. And as it does so, it drops, and all of the water comes crashing down.
When he does that, I
As-
go, wait! Ah.
As it crashes down and falls straight towards you in a miniature tidal wave, and it impacts all of you, the dream recedes, only to be replaced by whatever you were dreaming of beforehand. and you guys rest for the night, managing to get some of the best sleep that you've ever had after your long day of fighting, after the impact of your story. And it is with that we're going to go ahead and start our epilogue. So,
Equal, what happened in my dream with the Raven Queen?
well, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Who wants to go first?
Should we roll for it?
Yeah, let's roll for it.
We'll do. How about a D5? I mean a D6, and then Equa,
Highest
you
one
should
goes.
roll this. 6 will be Equa decides.
Ooh.
Okay.
So-
Equal roll.
We'll go according to the layout. I'll be 1, Dyto 2, Esprit 3, Chem 4,
Sure.
Felis 5, and then you 6.
Not two, not two, not two.
Everyone go ahead and roll.
No,
Or is it just me
you're
rolling?
You
You're
roll.
Just you.
rolling a
Just you.
d6.
Yeah, come on,
I
fucker.
dropped it. God damn it. Ugh, I dropped it. Hold on.
I'm not ready.
Me either.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Felis,
Ooh.
you're up first. What does Izzy want to do with the rest of her life?
First thing she does, is she goes, she asks for the aid of Birdie, to find her dad, and what he did with the parasites.
So, you do this. When do you do this?
That's an immediate thing. That's like as soon as they're ready to go, she goes out and finds the parasites in her dad, like quick as she can.
Okay. So, Bertie, who at this point is still missing the eye, you propose this question to her, and she, yeah, of course, I'll help you with that.
Do you want
Do you have?
Do you want Thyra to help you with the eye?
Yes, absolutely. Vi's been trying to get me to take that eye that she tried to sell you when you first brought her friends over. I really don't want it.
Of
It's
course.
old and nasty.
It's weird that I don't know what she has it. Yeah, of course. We can take a couple days to get ready, but I need to find my dad because he has the parasites and they're very dangerous.
Yeah, please.
I
Yes,
would
of course.
offer scrying to Izzy if need
Yeah.
be and stuff.
I would. The day we leave, I'd take it.
Okay, what's the save on that?
Let's see. Would it just be my spell save DC or is it something else?
Yeah, it's just spell save DC.
Okay, then that's a 20.
20, yeah. You, as you focus, in much the same way that you've done once before on the goat, your vision does shift, and although you don't see where Norman is, you do see him traveling on a road with a hood up, and he is walking. Just walking.
Okay.
That's pretty much all you get from
Alone?
it, from what you can see.
Okay. I would relay that information to Izzy.
All right. So he has one of the parasites, or he has more magic than we thought.
So how are you gonna try and find him?
Oh God, I have no fucking clue. I'm gonna message him. I'm trying to find where he is. I might even message Lambert. See if he can help.
Sure. Okay.
I'll do that. I'll message Lambert and say that Dad is taking the parasites. I could use your help.
Okay. You send the message requesting help. And you do not get a response.
Of course.
I have to think about that really hard.
Wade still right here. He's gonna snap his fingers, crack his fingers. He's gonna pull back out the crystal again. Do I have to have met this person before? I don't think so, right?
You have to be familiar with them. So for Lambert, you probably would
Okay.
need some more familiarity.
Never mind then.
Last time I knew him, he was a child. He was very young.
Okay.
So yeah. Yeah, I fucking head out with Birdie, head north. That's where I heard he's
Okay.
going.
So, what are you doing when you head north? Are you going straight to a location, or how are you trying to find Norman?
I'm asking people questions. If you've seen someone who looks like Norman, guy with his hood up, I got this good description that Wade gave.
Okay, so let's make an investigation check here.
Oh god, can I make a persuasion check for information instead?
You can try and do that, yeah, but that's not
Sweet.
going to encompass the whole thing. You're still going to have to make an investigation later.
Okay. That's a natural 20 for a 30.
You ask around, and very few people have seen anyone come through that closely resembles the description
Great.
of what you are attempting to find. You get like a couple of leads, and they pretty much all go cold almost immediately.
All
You
right.
kind of gather from that, because you rolled so high, it is possible that his appearance is different,
Yeah.
or that he's not coming through these ways.
Mm-hmm. All right. Investigation. Can I make it with advantage because of my natural 20?
You can make an advantage because Bertie's helping you, so yes.
Yay. Oh god.
You spend a few weeks trying to discern where Norman could be, what he's doing. You send messages out, and he doesn't respond to any of them. And you are coming up cold.
Piece of shit. Eventually she stops looking. She always sort of keeps feelers out. But eventually the trail runs cold.
Mm-hmm.
And once again she's abandoned by her father. And she'll chalk it up to that's the kind of person he is.
Yeah. As you are traveling, you get to talking with Bertie, and you find out a little bit about, how she feels about everything. And she talks to you about Ernroot and how it's left. And she makes note of the fact that some people have stayed. Not everyone has left Ernroot. Some people are attached to the city and want to stay there. But she's considering other options. She talks about the idea of picking up and moving and opening up a tavern somewhere. And you talk about it a little bit, and you talk about the places that you've been, and she asks you, and she kind of thinks for a moment.
I know the perfect place.
Well, I was thinking, based on what you're saying, that city in the snow country.
Oh,
They seem awful sad over there. Could do with a bit of cheering up, couldn't they?
I was thinking of a place we burned down a tavern, but aye.
Well, where's that?
That's down in Aegis.
Oh, right, too foresty for me.
You dwarves like you're cold.
Well, you know what they're like. You said there are a bunch of elves down there, and
I am an elf.
You're a half elf, and a lot of elves can't really throw their weight quite as much as we can. You're an exception.
Nah, that's fair. To be fair, I am drinking for two, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, yeah. I think that'd be good for you. I can't settle down right now.
No, that's fine.
Eventually, I think I might make my way up north again. That'd be
You
fun.
know our agreement. I'm happy to abide by that. It's no questions here. Yeah, just whenever you want to come by.
Sure. I assume she leaves pretty quickly after this, and I continue on my way.
She spends a while debating about it and then leaves.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
After that is he tracks on her friends from Craddock, to try to find her brother.
Sure. You track them down. They are not in Craddock anymore.
Yes, I knew that.
But you have heard about the direction that they're going in.
I can also message them.
Yeah, they were heading eastward to Crawd. And eventually you do find them sort of hanging around in some tavern somewhere, sort of getting up to some mischief. And you find them there. And they are very much accepting of seeing you come back. It's funny, as you walk up to them, you see your dwarven friend kind of sipping on a very familiar decanter. And as you pop up, he puts it back.
It's fine, keep it.
Oh, good. I was worried that you might tell on me.
Oh, no, we know that you have it, and Elakian's coming for you.
Oh, shite.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I'll help you fight him off for a bit. You'll see. I did kill a god with him. Anyways. I have a sort of lost brother I need to find. Want to help me with that? The travel
where is
with the
he?
hero. Fuck if I know.
Sure.
G'day, get travel with the hero of Emoris.
So you begin traveling.
Yeah.
Not long into your travels, about a week. And you've been gone for, I'll say, a couple months at this point, like 3 or 4 months. You go ahead and bed down, and you go ahead and fall asleep, and you dream of familiar surroundings. And something strange does occur. As you dream, your mind kind of flashes back to Ernroot, where you grew up and all the things that have changed, and you see coming out of the tent, of her tent, you see Vaya come through. And she begins to speak to you. She says, "How you doing, kid?"
You here or not here?
No, I'm actually here.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
I'm doing
this
fine,
is
yeah.
something I can do.
That's great. Doing good. Trying to find my brother. Looking for my dad as well. Keeping the feelers out. And no real luck on that.
So, listen. I got something to talk to you about, and you ain't gonna like it. But, it's important.
Sure.
So, this is kind of sad, but, I'm dying.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of my fault, really, because, I've been talking to Rokanoka about it, and he seems to think that the cause is this tadpole that I kept in my head for so long, poisoning my brain. And I didn't want to get rid of it because it made me crazy powerful. So, it's kind of my fault. And I don't know how much time I have left, but I wanted to talk to you. Make sure that you were okay.
Where are you?
I'm still in the tree. I'm gonna be honest, I took a turn for the worse yesterday. So, it's looking a little rough.
I don't know if I could make it to you if it's bad as I think it is.
I don't think you can, but that's okay. Because, that's why I'm here right now. And I just thought we could go for a walk.
That sounds great, yeah.
And she begins to walk you through the streets of Ernroot, back as it was when it was at its peak. Full of people, taco stand still there, clanging of Bertie's shop. It's nostalgic, and it's beautiful and it's serene. And as you go, she sort of goes on and she says,
I just wanted to say, I know that you grew up in not very good terms, in hard times, and we didn't have much money, and I probably wasn't the best, but, I ain't never had kids. But if I did, I'd want them to be just like yous.
Fuck Equa, god damn it.
And I am very proud of everything that you have done and accomplished. And, well, I love you, Isobel.
Love you too, Vaya.
Hey, listen. I do have one regret. And that's that I'm not going to be available to be the flower girl at your best friend's wedding. But, one day they're going to have kids. A couple of them.
Probably.
And I just want you to let them know that Vaya's a really good name for the girl.
You fucking...
They ain't gonna listen to me. But you know, if they don't choose the kid, they got a cat coming in a couple years. I'll take the cat, and that's fine.
I'll see what I can do, yeah.
Oh, and you should tell him about his friend. You know, the one that you ate.
Yeah, probably.
Get some weight off your chest.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, come here.
I go up to her, yeah.
She kind of reaches up, and with this long, crooked, turtle fingernail, she just taps you dead in the forehead. And from it, you kind of see this faint glow appear.
That was a favor that was owed to me by the knowledge bearer. You know the knowledge bearer?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, well, so she, you know, we kind of have a business relationship. That'll keep the dragon at bay for a little while.
Thanks.
Think of it as a parting gift.
I'm gonna miss you.
Trust me, sweetie. I'm gonna miss you more.
And as you guys go and find a bench somewhere and look over at the mountainscape
Don't you fucking dare.
and the sun coming through between the peaks, sitting in front of that cherry tree with beautiful pink leaves. As you're kind of holding her hand there, she just fades.
I'm gonna add a little thing to make it a little bit sadder, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just for a second, like what the audience quote unquote sees, instead of Izzy full grown, is her when she was a little kid. With Faya.
Yeah. It's the most beautiful goodbye that you could ever ask for.
Yeah. Fucking hate you, by the way.
And the next day, you wake up, and although there's no indication around you, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And she's gone.
That definitely changes Izzy's plan, though. She always wanted to after she became a paladin, but with Faya dying, she decided to head back to Ernroot and give up the search for her brother for a while.
Yeah. You go ahead and head back to Ernroot. People are still there. Some of the buildings still intact, some not. You go ahead and just visit the place, visit the Bronze Square, really take in the sights. Is there anything that you want to do in Ernroot?
Yeah, Ernroot, she has a lot of connections in the underworld of Ernroot, and as destroyed as I'm sure it is. Probably the destruction to city has given people an opportunity to, like, maybe not do, maybe seek redemption. And Izzy doesn't pray to any gods. Izzy doesn't really believe in them. Kind of thinks they're pointless. Like, who saved the world? We did.
Yeah.
And so she starts to help, and essentially try to bring others to sort of her paladin's oath. And begins tries to begin an holy order there.
Yeah.
Dedicated to no god.
You do so. And the construction of Ernroot is not in the base layer. What was the previous city stays and is not worked on anymore, and they instead make a new one above it that is colloquially referred to as New Ernroot. In Old Ernroot, you managed to construct a small temple. And you do begin to get patrons in. The area is ripe for people who are down on their luck and who want a place to stay. And although some monsters and creatures do begin to appear from the Underdark or from various other places, it's safe with you there. There are two things that you find here. First and foremost, Bertie does manage to set up her shop. She hears what happens to Vaya, and she names it. And for those of you who will ever travel to Epotlatlan, for those who are down on their luck, who are sad, who just want a drink or a good bar fight, the potion peddler and the fortune teller will always have its doors open. The other thing that you get is word that Mary Beth is still in Old Ernroot.
Oh, yeah, she goes to talk to her, for sure, for sure.
Okay. You go up and you talk to her, and you knock on the door, and it's so weird. She opens, and she says, "Hello, Isabel."
Mary?
"Yes,
Good to see you're alright. That's sort of
it's very good to see you too. Come in."
She does, and is confused.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm historically amazing at, 10.
10. Because of who this is, and that was like the bare minimum DC you had to get, you get to talking to her. Something is not right. She seems to have basically forgotten everything that happened between you two, except for the fact that you were childhood friends. And she's
Mary,
treating you like you're a friend.
Mary, what's wrong with you?
Nothing.
You don't... When you were a child, remember you got kidnapped, eh?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened?
Yes.
What happened?
I escaped.
No, you didn't. I got you. I rescued you.
Right, you rescued me, and I escaped.
What the fuck? I'm going to sink 5 hit points to do like the cure disease. I'm not sure if that'll work. But try to like purify. What the fuck's going on with this?
Yeah, you go ahead and you begin pulling out the magic and go to touch her, and she backs up.
I use Divine Sight.
What does Divine Sense do?
As an action, you task detect good and evil into every turn. You can see anything affected by the Hollow spell, the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet. That is not behind total cover. That's not behind total cover.
Yeah, there's no celestial fiend or undead here.
Mary, what's wrong?
Nothing.
I go to try that again.
And she backs away again.
I am stronger than her, and I will grab her arm and do it.
Okay. What is the specifics of that?
You can either cure a disease or neutralize a poison affecting the creature. I don't know if this will do anything, but it's the only spell I really have. I don't think I have.
You feel the magic wash over, and although nothing happens, something's definitely wrong.
Okay. Fuck it. This is an epilogue. I'll cast Restoration. I don't have it prepared, but who cares?
Yeah, as you're basically cornering her here, nothing happens, but she's not happy with the magic that you're casting.
I send a message to Thyra and say that I need some help up in Ernroot. I'm sorry for taking so much.
Okay, Thyra, do you go to Ernroot?
Yeah, absolutely.
You head over there. Next time you go back to Mary Beth's house, doors are locked and she won't let you in.
Mary, you in there?
Yes, who is it?
Isabel.
Oh, no, that's fine.
I kicked the door down.
Well, what are we here for? Why are you kicking this person's door down?
Just hold on a sec. I think someone's affected this woman with some terrible curse, and I just kicked the door down.
Sure. So, we'll say for the sake of brevity here,
Hmm.
you concoct a thorough investigation on Mary Beth. Is there anything that you guys want to do to determine what's wrong?
What spells do you have that can remove curses?
I have greater restoration.
Do you want to try that?
I can.
Thank you.
You cast Greater Restoration. I'll tell you if it works.
I think it does. What did she do?
Doesn't work. Nothing happens.
That is something that I will see if I can cure on Mary Beth. Something weird's going on with her brain. I will contact some that priest we know.
Yeah, so
Something's wrong with her brain?
so
She
for the
doesn't
sake of
remember
brevity, yeah.
us.
She doesn't remember.
She doesn't remember what happened between me and her.
Well, Delphine's the one that deals in memories, but I mean, if her brain is damaged, I might be able to do something about that.
And yeah, I contact Delphine. I contact people to try to remove curse restoration.
Yeah, it takes a while to find the right source here, but you get it. We'll say Rokonoka comes up, and with a quick spell of protection from evil and good.
Fuck,
Which you could have done this whole fucking time.
Yeah, fuck, I don't know what's going on. I thought it was like a modified memory, which I can't fuck with.
You see her begin to writhe and squirm in pain before the top of the head separates and the brain walks out. And you, Isabel, are reminded at the sight of this intellect devourer that the threats of the mind flayers are never going to truly disappear. What else do you want to do in your time?
Holy shit!
Was not supposed to happen.
Izzy, I'll say Izzy works on her order for a while, which she calls the Order of the Burning Heart. Sure. And she goes up and sees Birdie. She sort of tries to establish a sort of long-term relationship with Birdie. I'm not sure if it's successful, but she does care about her.
Yeah, you and Birdie have a great relationship. That's totally fine.
She goes down to Thyra's tribe a lot. She's technically a sworn knight in Thyra's service, and helps with the tribe. And also probably helps with the return of half-orc men. A lot of them, I'm sure, being part of a sort of forced diaspora, probably aren't doing great, and she offers them support in that way, being like, there's a way you can forgive them and yourself of what happened in the past. It takes time. I've done it. It's hard, but you'll offer them that path. And also goes to Keijo a lot and sees. I'm sure Free and Wade are there.
Yeah.
And sees them, and if they do eventually have kids, they learn quickly that Izzy really likes kids and is really protective of them, and insists on being there whenever she can with the kids because she likes kids, and always keeping out feelers, asking questions, trying to find any information on her brother and her dad. And we'll send information there, send messages to them, be like, hey, where are you? At this point, I just want to make sure you guys aren't dead.
Great. So, we'll leave you on a couple things.
Sure.
First of which is the first time that you go back to Keijo. You meet Rokonoka in the tree, and you talk about where he put fire. And he buried her in the swamp. And there is a grave there that you can go and visit. And she left to you all of her gold, material possessions, everything, except for her crystal ball, which Rokonoka keeps.
Fair enough.
You head back to Rokrovi and see Madeline. And Madeline takes you to the Torn and back to the Temple of Yinogu, where you learn more about her past, about how when she was a child, her father, who was an archaeologist, would take her on expeditions, and one time they went to this particular temple, and she, in her youth, accidentally put on that same pendant that she uses to cast spells, and as such was possessed by an evil demon called Inogu. thanks to a band of adventurers in the Raven Spire, the demon was expunged, but was regrettably unable to be banished, and instead her father offered his own body up as tribute. And they locked him away until he quite literally ate himself to death.
Yeah.
And there is a kinship there. You kind of recognize with that emotional pain, and in doing your expedition there, whereas once Madeline was a little colder and a little hesitant, you go from she leans on you a bunch for her emotions, and where once you had an acquaintance, you now have a lifelong friend in her.
Beautiful.
The only other thing for you is that in your high levels, you and Chaos always squabble forever.
Mm-hmm.
You are family, and that's what family does. But in your adventure together and your growing strength, you form a new synergistic bond, and the two of you now completely work in unison.
Yeah.
And so when you are around the kids, you are totally fine.
And once that union happens and they start to work together and figure that out, they take on a new name, sort of as a single unit, called Anarchy.
So that's where we'll leave Isabel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hope. What do you want to do in the rest of your life?
Hi. I don't know. What do you want me to start with? The stuff I messaged you, or
start wherever you want to. Start at the beginning.
Okay.
I hear that's a very good place to start.
I was just suddenly on in the center. I was like, oh crap, what was I doing? Well, she has a lot of personal things to take care of, but first, I'm assuming she's going to ask Wade where they would like to live together. There's gonna be a lot of crossing over with Wade in this story.
Yeah. That's totally
Yeah.
fine. It'll just make Wade's a little shorter.
Man, I had so much planned.
We're getting to it, but we're just getting to it with Hope's story.
Yeah. I'll go anywhere with you, but I would like to go home for a little.
I don't have a home, so I think Keijo sounds wonderful.
So you guys go back.
Promise you get used to the bugs.
Right.
You actually managed to go back with Kev, Asmin, and Shani. And they stay for a while. And then Shani sort of disappears, and she goes back, and you would know this because you talked to her, back to the game manor. And she will stay there for a while. And you can continue.
Okay. She Hope would like to try and take care of a couple things in up at Latland.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming Thara wants to do this too. Ask the monarch if he knows where the lair of where all the people were that we have to go recover that were taken from the cakery.
Sure. You go ahead and both of you go talk to the monarch. And it's very strange to behold. His recollection is that he never saw where the lair was, but he heavily suspects it was in a volcano somewhere. He pretty much just teleported in and out, thanks to Kaifi.
Okay. By her knowledge and knowing Xandru, could she take a good guess that it'd be the one in Uemura's wilds?
there is no volcano in Uamora's wilds. Because of your history with everything, you are aware of a volcano on the eastern side of Gaseri.
Okay, there's one in Gaseri. Okay.
Yes, Thyra.
I still have a lot of shit there. Just,
Yeah, I
wage
wanted. Yeah, was gonna wait for Thyra and whoever else wanted to come to be able to go, so that they can get the people out. See if they have any of the information they've covered from the cakery on like sales lists of people that were there before.
Sure.
I'm assuming he burnt the contracts, but
So anyone who wants to go there can go there, and you head over and you give a thorough inspection to the volcano, and you find that there is an entranceway in there. And you go ahead and dive in, and there are still some people left over, some cultists. And fights ensue, but you quickly dispatch of them. And in going through this lair, you do find a large portion of it has been picked, since there has been a small gap between when the Scorch King died and now. Some of the wares have gone. But Thyra, you find your stuff. Hope, you find the slaves, who are sitting in a room of luscious design of pillows and goblets and foods that are slowly turning rotten. And they're all there. And on top of that, through your exploration, you all find roughly 70,000 gold pieces.
oh jeepers.
Some of it's probably gone from people who knew where it was, so it's not the full haul. But it's a pretty sizable one.
Oh boy.
This was left at the cakery?
This was left in the volcano in the lair of the Scorch King.
And that was in Gaseri?
That's about 14,000 between
That was in the eastern side of Kasera, yeah.
Okay.
5 people.
Hey, while we're out here, I don't think Daniel was too far.
I have a locate creature.
So
Yeah.
do I.
Yeah. We could also spend time looking for Daniel at some point.
Okay, sure.
But, so gold, the people, was there any of the paperwork left over, or is that all gone?
It would appear that most of the contracts that were established by the cakery have been burned because they were of no use to the Afriti. And in their place, there have been drawings of new contracts. You do, in fact, find, very interestingly, 2 that refer to the possession of both Thardan and the Monarch to one lady, Othissus Kaifine.
Uh-huh. Ooh, she just... anything, like, she just burns it. Darn it. Okay. So if the cleric halfling is there, she wants to talk about the temple in Latlan and leave her in charge, because that's what she wanted to do anyway.
Yeah.
And in that sense, Hope will offer, if any devils come back, to help with it, taking upkeep and stuff like that, though she'll be living in Keijo.
Yeah, absolutely. She graciously accepts the offer and offers for you, should you want to go back to Latlan, a managerial position in its construction, and subsequently in the religion that's being taught there. If you want a place in it, you are more than welcome to, and she will also send you updates if not.
Okay.
Regardless on your decision, she also offers for you to name it. So if you have an idea, you can do so. If not, it doesn't matter.
I'll think about that. I didn't think I'd get something cool like that. Sweet. I will continue thinking about that. Okay, that's that. While they're in Latlan, at one point, she wants to go visit her father's grave in Malaran.
Okay. So you head back to the small, not poor, but not rich either. Sort of, perhaps a smidge rough town of Malaran. And you find his grave in little time. It's exactly where you expect it to be, and you find that it's mostly kept. Nothing's probably been there to see that grave in a little bit or to clean it. But for the most part, it's okay.
Does it seem like just like managing of like the graves in general, or does it look like someone specifically came to take care of it?
Make an either perception or investigation check for me.
Oh, I wonder which one. I rolled a 1, but I still rolled a 13.
Okay, so yeah, fucking great. Most of the graves are kept up to an extent. This one appears to have been upkept much, much better, but for some reason now it isn't. And all the rest of them are being upkept with their regular work.
Oh no, okay. She's yep, I rolled below 15. She's gonna go see if she hears anything about her mother.
Okay. You ask around, and you not only get the location of your mother's house, you also get that she owns a small shop here that sells clothes and other tailored goods. It makes a fair profit, and you sort of sit here and think about it, and as you ask around, you get the sense that she has very recently passed away, leaving no successors behind her. The business is up in arms about who owns it.
She leaves it. She doesn't care.
Okay.
Nope.
So you leave it. Anything else for you?
Oh, she wants to get a crescent moon-shaped lyre made for the 7 strings.
With your money and your service to the continent, it is a simple task. It's very easy to do. Yeah, you go around a couple of the finer establishments of instrument making, and a couple of them take note of it, offer you, drawings and versions of it that they think they would like, and you turn a couple down, and you eventually find it's like one younger budding artist who is kind of like a little down on his luck, and you're like, I'm going to give him a shot, and you propose it to him, and he knows exactly what you want. And you go ahead and decide to take up his idea, and it runs you a little bit of money, but it's the most beautiful lyre that you've ever seen, and it is fit with your new shiny magical strings.
Yay! Other than that, I'm going to wait for Griz to go through his stuff. And then we'll finish off their together story after.
So why don't we do that now, Wade?
Wonderful.
He said sarcastically.
So we're doing mine now?
Mm-hmm.
First thing, like day after-ish, the battle, I would gather anyone who wants to go, but mainly Thyra, Asmin, Kev, and let me see exactly how this works because I've never casted it before.
Shani will come too.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Plane Shift to bring everyone to the Shadowfell.
Okay.
I'll like tag along too.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Sure. With in that case, Shani will not go because she's not technically part of this. So you guys can take yourself. That's fine.
Eat one.
Unlike Alakian's, yours just goes. There is no roll for it. And you can also specify, since you've been there, I'll say you can specify where you want to go, and you do pop up outside the citadel. That beautiful, larger form of the
if
Raven Queen
Wade
looking down.
had told Thyra of her plan early enough in the day, she would also prepare plane shift to cast to the Shadowfell, so more people could go if they wanted.
Okay. We'll say for now, we'll stick with Asmin, Kev. Who else did I say?
5 of us.
The 5 of you. We'll stick with that for now, and then I'll think about it.
Johnny technically could come because I can do up to 8, and we had 7 with that count. It's up to you.
Yeah, she could. I'm gonna roll for her real quick. Roll the 1. She's gonna stay.
Okay. And of course, gonna be looking for Thardan. Gonna be looking for Haymitch, Loven.
Yeah, with your work here and your religion, you are very easily accepted to walk up to the gate and stand there and sort of look back at your family members and friends, and from looking beyond the veil, you can see your regulars, all of your family, standing next to Mildred is now Thardan. And as you walk up to the gate, Thyra, you kind of see him usher her over to the gate, putting his hand on the small of her back. And she's taller than him, but they walk slowly up and look down on you, and they kind of have their arms around each other, not so much in a relationship way, but in a moment of pride, looking back at you. And then they shift, and he looks back to you, Wade, as well. Loven is also back there, and Asmin kind of has a hard time grasping that. Haymitch does come up very briefly, and he just smiles really big and wide, looking back at you, Wade, and gives you a wave, and basically just gives you a couple thumbs up, and then just turns and leaves.
Nope. I'm gonna wave. I know he can't hear me, but before, and I notice he's leaving, I want to kind of.
Okay, he'll stop and turn around, and he'll go up to the barrier a little bit.
I point at him.
Mm-hmm.
I say, I do I kind of do some things with my hands, and I kind of try and sign
Make a performance.
I draw
check.
a question mark with my hands. I'm I tilt my head.
Roll your thing.
Okay.
I write down, do you want to come back to life on a piece of paper and hold it up? behind Wade.
Still roll it, Wade.
Okay, I'll still roll it.
Yeah,
do
absolutely.
you say persuasion or do you say performance? I'm sorry.
Performance.
Hey, 23.
Wow. Surprisingly, he gets it. You don't know if it's because you're from the same town and he kind of grew up with you there, but as you go, he's nodding along with what's happening. And you posit the question. And he sits and he thinks for a moment about it. And he kind of turns back to the citadel and looks back at you and shakes his head.
I'll respect nod to him and understanding.
You kind of see him hold out his arm, and a halfling begins to walk up to the gate as well. He's reunited with one of the 3.
Yeah, Trini.
Yeah.
I'll wave him off.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
And I do the whole thing over again.
Yeah. Who are you doing it to?
The only people. Well, so I think Thardan's of a more difficult person to bring back, but I'll ask Tharden and Loven and everyone I can. At this point, I've probably seen Isabel with the sign. I'm gonna grab it and like look over my shoulder, make sure like nobody's watching, and I'm like holding it like right here so nobody can see.
So you ask Tharden first, and Tharden almost immediately declines. He's been through a lot, and he's committed a lot of bad, and this is, for him, a moment of peace. And as you do that, you kind of see Mildreth begin to contemplate for a second, and he just sort of grabs her hand and basically tells her no. And she begrudgingly accepts. I'll roll for Loven. I keep rolling low. Is that enough? You got to Loven. Do you ask Loven, I should say, first and foremost?
Hope was going to ask him if Wade didn't.
He's rolling.
I thought I would ask.
No, yeah, I would ask.
Loven heavily contemplates for a second, and Thyra and Hope, when Asmin came back and was talking to Shani about it, you heard her talking, and you are aware that Loven has a family. He has a wife and a couple kids.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thyra she's trying to encourage him to be like,
Thyra actually gave Loven giving gifts for his wife. He should.
Yeah. And he kind of really thinks about it for a second, and you gather there is an innate draw to this place, where people do not want to go back. And in addition, the matron doesn't like for people to go back.
Yeah, I know.
When
That's
it
why
is
I'm
their
keeping
time,
it secret.
it's their time.
Little piece of paper.
He thinks about it for a second and slowly begins to nod. And you kind of feel her gaze turn back down to you, Wade. And it just glares there for a second.
I give him like a little thumbs up,
And then, as she's glaring at you, she just turns away.
I'm such a fucking terrible follower.
You get the sense she will let this one slide.
Okay. Wouldn't have been my first choice, but just kidding.
Asmin's very happy about it though, so
I will kind of take Thyra's hand, looking back at Mildred and Tharden, and just kind of hold my hand near the veil, but obviously not touching it because we're not supposed to. And kind of mouth like, "Thank you, we love you."
Mm-hmm. As you put your hand up, he puts his over yours. He mouths something back. Make a perception check for me.
Can I make one too?
Yeah.
20.
Oh, 17! You can see better than I can.
You both get the words. He is basically saying, actually, he's exactly saying, we couldn't be more proud. Anything else for you, Wade?
Anything else for me?
Yeah, here and then afterwards.
Oh, here?
Well, here, while Wade and I have our hands up to the veil, I want to use Druidcraft to make it snow flowers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it can reach their side, but to where it covers at least our side.
It doesn't seem to go across to them. But they fall on your side, and it's, although you can't delineate color, and they're kind of cold to the touch, it's nice. And so, if there's nothing else anyone wants to do with this meeting,
Yeah, I guess we go back, prepare Loven for his return.
Yeah, it's a stressful process for the both of you, and there is not really much of Loven left. You have to go back and we weren't expecting this, so they are shoveling bodies off to go and bury them in a mass grave, and it takes a little bit of pull, but eventually you do manage to find Loven, and it's curious. Admin seems to have more of a position of power over these people, over the echelon. And you just kind of notice it.
She finally asked for the raise.
So I'll say you go ahead and talk to her, and you find out that Madeline has offered the second position of High Archivist to her. So she also will lead the echelon.
Awesome.
After a small break.
Yeah. Yeah, so we resurrect Loven.
You do.
I will remove a diamond from the 14,000 gold that we got from there.
It takes a hefty toll, a long time, before the ritual is complete, and it's like slowly molding the body back together. And as you do so, and he kind of like opens his eyes and blinks, and a smile begins to come through. You see Asmin run up and sort of tackle him and hug him a little bit. And he sort of puts his hand on the back of her hair and then holds a hand out to you, Wade, to shake.
What? Loven does?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand.
As you shake it, you hear from him, "Thank you, Wade."
Wait.
You're welcome. I guess she brought you back with a tongue. That's cool.
No, and he sort of falls back on it, and Asmin says, "Wade, he could talk." That being insensitive.
We're happy to have you back, Loven.
He gives a nod, and he with Asmin will walk out. Yeah, what's next on your list?
Skip to a few months later. We hear the chirping of crickets, the trickling of water, and hey, that's it, baby. Now reel it in. You got it.
Okay.
I hate you.
Great. I'm not going to ask who you're talking to. Because I suspect I know.
With the viewer, we see Wade and Hope on a canoe in the swamps of Keijo.
God.
I assume Hope's reeling it in.
Yeah.
Very why am I doing this? Why did I let myself get talked into this?
You gotta learn sometime.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's it. Hold it still. And I'm gonna reach down into the swampy water and grab out this gator. And then Hope as I pull it out, you see my arm is stuck inside the mouth of this gator. And I'm like, oh my, it's got my arm.
I can't even respond to you, seriously. Oh boy. Okay, she's got an insight of 22 at this point. She knows the fuck he's doing.
Wade, does she know what you're doing?
Roll deception.
You roll deception.
Yes, that's a 7. I've never been a great actor.
She's just gonna stare and be like, what are you doing?
Damn it. The gig's up.
I'm you're terrible at this way.
Drop polymorph on Kev, and my hand's just in Kev's mouth,
Yeah, he kind of like pulls it out finger by finger, and he kind of like, and he looks back to you, Hope, and he says, "Listen, I told him this wasn't a good idea, but he really insisted. So,
What is wrong with you? What's going on?
tastes like sweat and dirt."
Yeah. I've gotten used to the place here. So what are you doing here?
He looks back to Wade.
Wade shakes slime off of his hands, the bile, and like shaking, he gets down on a knee.
Oh no!
And he he holds out. Would this be before or after we went to Gizeri?
After.
Okay, then he holds out a very nice ring. And
she is red. No.
Hope, we've been on endless journeys together. What do you say we have a few more?
Yeah, of course.
And Wade would go, excitedly over and like hug and kiss Hope.
Yeah, it's a beautiful moment, if only disturbed by small clapping of one person.
Yeah.
And then
I love it.
I kind of, come back from Hope and maybe we can throw this one back just this one time. And I push Kev into the
Wait, what?
Into the water.
Oh,
A small, very strong elemental water fight appears in the middle of the swamp of Keijo for a brief time.
She just like dimension doors to the nearest dry land. Just
no dimension door like 60 feet away, and even then you can hear the shouting of the two men as they try and pummel each other with bits of water. You kind of hear Kev like begin chanting something for a minute, and then this kind of like whoosh of air as it just goes straight past, and you kind of hear Wade go, "What?" and then off in the distance somewhere. She's
watching. She's just not getting wet.
Yeah.
I think I would just be like, "Oh shit, where'd Hope go?"
just like waves from the side, like, "You guys okay?"
And then I think I'd take her just kind of around. I'd probably go to the tree, and I'd say, I know this is a weird place to take you. A lot of bad stuff happened here. But this is also where my journey started that led me to you. And we look out at this, this place of evil is now a place for good. And you see the lizard folk tribe, flourishing here.
I never considered this place evil. Yeah, it's left marks, some physical. She points the acid mark, but like I said, I wouldn't change anything that happened. I've found home.
Well, you're gonna like this next stop too.
Uh-oh.
I've been, we probably canoe paddle to this next place and get out and explain. I've been working with Shawnee a little bit. Didn't really tell you about it Sorry. I'm just gonna pull cloth off the sign outside of the Gain Manor. They would read whatever you want to name it, Equa.
I'll tell you. I'll give Shani's a little bit of backstory right now. So Shani was graced with inheriting the Gain estate, and after spending some time with Asmin, she chooses to move in. Awaiting her is a sizable fortune and full workforce, which she keeps as she continues to run the wine business. She builds a medium-sized house just outside of Keijo, where she eventually lives, which she'd probably be starting to live in right now, turning the manor into a foster home for runaway orphans or troubled folk. Having no surname herself, she adopts one that was no longer in use, and the manor is renamed as the Free Home for Those in Need.
Oh my god.
Starting to see a pattern.
Oh my god. That is so good.
Anyways. I don't know. Maybe I'm just feeling sentimental.
I think this is all wonderful.
Together we can turn anything bad good.
Yeah. I think you've proven that many times.
Then I guess we get married.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I assume everybody shows up, hopefully.
No, sorry, Thyra can't make it.
I want to know what you all get as gifts. I want the receipt just in case we have to return it.
Can I tell you what Chaos gets you?
Yes.
Oh
yes.
no.
He gets something for Wade. He promises that he won't eat you ever.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He makes a solemn vow.
Yeah. Sorry. Am I hogging too much
ahead.
time?
No, go ahead.
Okay. One other thing, I'll try and speed some of this stuff along. One other thing is he would work with Thyra to travel to the Feywild and speak and try to restore Thardan's name a bit.
Right.
Talk about how he changed, and you know, he wasn't the man, the evil monster in the end that they thought he was, and maybe even slide in some stuff about how Thyra's tribe, you know, has changed, and they once didn't allow men, and now they do, and maybe try to change their ways a little.
So Kev will go with you on this, because he's been hanging around for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And you go with Thyra, and Hope if you want to, and anyone else. And you hold an audience with the High Queen Ilariath, in an attempt to clear Thardan's name. And she is initially apprehensive about the entire conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But she hears you out, and she sort of understands for a while. The other thing that gets brought up is the attitude towards people from material plane.
Mm-hmm.
And while, Thyra, you have had discussions since about the tribe's position here and your allyship, and they went well. Not all mortals are allowed to walk on this plane. And in talking here, that continues to be the case. But General Hannon makes a case for you guys to restore both of your privileges in accessing Shivanran, and also all of the goats. And when this conversation comes up, there is some discussion about reopening the Keijo portal, which Hannon suggests. Ilariath is notably distasteful of this, but after a lot of convincing, she agrees on one condition: that Keijo must find a guardian to watch the portal. It is at this point that Kev offers to be the guardian. And in his stay at the Feywild and his trusted nature, she accepts. The portal opens and stays open for you and your friends.
Yay!
Does Thar's name get cleared? Or at least they stop calling him Baba Yaga?
They do. You get the sense they didn't really talk about it much anyway.
Okay.
But, yeah. He's looked on slightly more favorably.
I guess I'd take you to a couple years in the future. What? 6, 7 years? Something like that.
Okay,
Sounds
so
about right.
before you do that, I'm going to skip ahead to about 4 or 5.
Okay.
Bo
No!
passes away
Fuck!
due to natural causes. He's just old.
You just had to have that.
He's just old. And it's very sad, and you mourn.
Mm-hmm.
And then about 8 months later, Ma and Pa, under their house, hear a noise. And they go to investigate, and they find 2 stray kittens. There's a female with grey and white fur, and a male who is ginger with orange stripes. The mother has disappeared, and Ma seems to think that it's because it died in an alligator attack. And she offers you one or both of the kittens, should you choose to accept them.
What is I look to hope. Wait, what do you think? Dog people,
Well,
right?
you said this is what, 3 or 4 years later?
This is like 5 years after the
5 years after? Yeah, sure. Let's just add cats on top of the kids. Yeah.
How many do you want to take? 1 or 2?
I mean, I'm also always partial to taking both.
Yeah, it would be kind of shitty to separate them.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you can come up with names now or later if you want to.
Did Izzy tell us about Via's
Yes.
visit? Yeah, she will definitely name the little girl one Via then. She wanted.
And in your subsequent visit to the gateway, seeing her appear there, kind of smoking that pipe, she kind of like chuckles at you, and you can't quite place why. But yes, you have now 2 kittens at your disposal, and you can continue with what you were saying.
Kids, you better do what your mom says, or the ghost gator's not going to come tonight and bring you gifts.
That's how it's spent to a good thing. Yeah, you would see or hear the footsteps of 3. One dark-haired, blue-eyed boy who's older, and a pair of pink-skinned, purple-haired, horned, yellow-eyed twin girls running around. Poor Wade. And do you want to go with names?
Oh yeah. The son who's who looks like Wade, but maybe more like Tharden. His name would be Chase and Water.
And the twin girls are Carol and Carrie.
Yeah.
And Water.
Carrie's a little shit.
Yeah, she's the literal devil child.
Tortures her sister. Strangely exhibits some magical capabilities. Every once in a while. Maybe a spark here or there. I think the last thing, just to wrap this up, years later, maybe 18 or so, Chase is leaving to go on an adventure. He heard the tales his whole life of Pa, and Wade and Hope are seeing him off.
Yeah.
And Wade's just gonna take his hat off and say, "If you're gonna be an adventurer, you need a cool hat."
He kind of takes it from you and gives it a brief examination, and he says back to you, he says, "Oh, I don't know if I could take this. This is your hat."
That hat belongs in the wild. A beast of its own. Plus, you ever feel lonely at night and you're missing home? Just think about the books I read you as a kid. They're in there.
Okay. Thanks, Paul.
Good luck, son. Come back frequently. Your mom will kill you.
And so he leaves. A couple quick things for you, Wade. First things foremost. Not long after you all return to Keijo, work begins in one of the central trees, and from within the trunk of it, a statue is carved. It depicts 5 adventurers standing triumphant in the center: a tiefling, an elf, a half-elf, a halfling, a half-orc. At the front rests 2 more people: a tall half-elven man and a short halfling one, who are carved to be sitting facing out of the tree. In both of their hands lies a fishing pole. The carving underneath reads, "Hunters of Gators, Slayers of Titans, Saviors of all, Keijo, where heroes are made." Titans is spelled with an E instead of an A, and it drives Asmin mad forever.
That's so good.
Every year, the Gator Hunting Festival still happens. The same year that Keimal is defeated is the most popular year to date. After that, Keijo's population begins to grow in size, and Sweet Mars has never been more popular. After the Keijo portal is reopened, and you begin to visit Shivanran at your pleasure, both Ziravel and Hannon, with much convincing, eventually agree to one night of dinner with your parents. After that one night, a dinner between all of you, all 6 people, is held once per month, on rotation of whose house is served at. Hannon, in particular, is infatuated with Mars Gator Stew.
Nice.
As
you should be.
Great.
As you should.
And we will wrap up Hope's story here. Hope, anything else that you wanted to do?
I'm assuming while living in Keijo now, she'll either help Shawnee back with that house, or I don't know, if Ma needs help, I guess she could do that too because she can cook. But she has possibilities here. Plus, her duties as to the temple, and yeah. Other than that, she's happy.
You absolutely do. And on the night of your wedding, you are shared with, by Ma, the secret ingredient of her gator stew. And you then cook it exactly the way that Wade likes it.
I love it.
So, we'll leave you two there. Which leaves Thyra and Alakian. That's a 3. That's a 4. There you go. So, Thyra, you're up next.
Okay, so immediately after, she would ask Cormac if he would like his leg back.
He almost immediately agrees to get his leg back.
That's good, because I've got some big plans for you in the coming months, and you might need both of these. And she will, as she's talking to him, and explaining to him that she's going to be starting a task force to round up any slaves that were not at the cakery, especially those that are in Aegeus, that he will be the elder in charge of that. And that if anything happens to Brita on these missions, she will take his leg away. But she will cast Regenerate on his leg.
He agrees to regenerate, and then you start telling him this, and he becomes immediately more apprehensive. And after it's done, he basically is of the opinion that since you did this for him, he's in your debt, and he will do so.
And then I was gonna do this, but it makes a whole lot of sense now. So after going to the Shadowfell, probably like an hour before the next dawn after they return, Thyra's gonna wake up Shawnee, Hope, and Wade.
Mm-hmm.
Would you guys like to see a druid at work?
Yeah. Yeah. Choking on nothing.
She snored very bad last night. It's okay.
Would you guys like to fly or ride on an elephant?
Is this a joke? Is this where's the punchline?
It's not a joke.
Oh.
Not a punchline.
Okay.
But I can turn into an elephant. If you guys would like to ride an elephant to our destination.
I don't know what that is, but yeah.
More so the changing into a bunch of animals is really for Shawnee, because Thyra knows that she likes it.
Sure.
So yeah, she will lead them just outside town, and then she'll wild shape into an elephant and take them to the battlefield where they defeated Kymel and lost Tharden. And she'll kneel down so that they can get off. And just as the sun peeks over the horizon, she's gonna take her Axe of the Matriarch and she's gonna start using it to cast plant growth.
It takes a while.
Yeah, it over the span. Yeah, it takes 8 hours.
Yeah.
So it does take a while, but you can see some of the terrain start to reshape. And out of the spot where Tharden died, a tree starts to sprout. And at first it just looks like a tree out of Keijo. It looks like Wade's treehouse. But as it starts getting bigger, you notice that its leaves are actually that of the willow tree from Aegeus. Yeah, so she's gonna spend 8 hours with her brother and Free and Shawnee.
Yep,
starting to restore what was lost.
Yeah.
And then she would do whatever she can with the Birdie and anybody who wants their limbs fixed or whatever.
Yep.
People want to go back home. She would have sent no, she wouldn't. She's gonna go back with Koran. She doesn't trust him.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Sure.
she spends the next day doing that. And then eventually Yeah, she goes back to her tribe with Karan.
Yeah, so you head back to the tribe with the two owlbears. And very early on, they decide they want to go see the eggs. And you oblige and you take them up there. And you go up to Isolde's room, and you knock on the door, and she opens it a crack. And she's being kind of shifty, and she's hesitant to let you in.
Last time you did this, you turned yourself into a monkey.
Oh, no, it's nothing. Everything's fine.
Insight check.
Make an insight check.
I'm still not gonna believe her anyway. 17.
Everything is not fine.
What's wrong?
Nothing?
Something is wrong. You can either
No,
tell
nothing.
me, or I will open the door myself.
Things... I don't...
What happened? It's okay, you can tell
Sort
me.
of puts her head down and opens the door a little wide, and you see one of the eggs has a massive crack in it. I didn't drop it or anything. It just happened.
I kind of kneel down. When did it happen?
About a day ago.
Have any of the others cracked?
I don't think so.
You do know how babies are born, right?
Yeah.
They're supposed to hatch out of their eggs, darling. You didn't do anything wrong.
You see, like, this big, like, wave of relief washes over her, and she's like, thank God. I really thought I was going to be owlbear food.
I really think you should let the parents in now so they can, see their children born.
Okay. And she steps to the side, and they come in, and you see she's basically wrapped a big, like, blanket over them to keep them warm. They're up in a little nest that she's made. It's perfect conditions for an egg to hatch. It genuinely is, and she just didn't know how it worked. And later that day, you get 3 owlbear cubs that are running rampant around the tribe.
I love it.
It is with that that Karan does begin to talk to you, and he expresses his interest in staying at the tribe. The cubs are just at home here. There is food wherever they want, and they can go out and they can wander the woods whenever they do. As a consequence of this, Isolde, Breeder, and Otter all seem to bond with one of the cubs, and they wreak more havoc and mischief in the inside of the walls of the tribe than has ever been seen before. But they are not tameable animals, it's more so just a friendship thing.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
In addition, as you take the seat as matriarch, both Karan and Pinada sit with you, almost in their own regal position at your side, and that is where they stay.
And she greatly appreciates that. So after that happens, she'll start enacting her plans and actually getting involved with allowing the men back in now that she's here more often. And she tells Brita of her new position in the tribe as the one who's to go out and locate any slaves that are still at Aegeus, make sure that they return home if they don't have a home, that they're welcome here, and also turning the tribe much into what happened in Keijo. She starts turning the tribe into a sanctuary for lost souls. They don't have to be slaves, they don't have to be human, they don't have to be male, they welcome any and everybody who has lost everything and is just looking for a way out, up, or just a safe place to sleep at night.
Yeah. And you do get several people coming down fairly early on. It seems that your notoriety does help.
Yeah, she spends a lot of she splits her time between the tribe and Keijo and helping her friends when they call. And she definitely spends a lot of time with Shawnee.
Yeah.
Building that friendship and
Yeah.
where that goes.
Shani, you and Shani develop a relationship together, and it's great. It's an awesome relationship to have, and you guys really seem to gel very well together. There comes a point when it has to be addressed where the two of you are going to live. And it is with that question that a disagreement is had, because she feels obligated to stay with her home, and you feel obligated to stay with yours. So it is my question to you, would that affect your relationship together?
No. She'd make it work.
Fantastic. Then you stay.
We can, yeah, Thyra either splits her time. She makes the announcement probably a year later of her new successor, of Isolde. And when Isolde is old enough and ready, she will take up the mantle of matriarch. And then where they're going to live won't be an issue anymore. Maybe. We'll see. But when Thyra passes the torch, it's going to go to Isolde.
So is there anything else that Thyra wants to do in her story?
Yeah. She's going years, many years, probably like 8 to 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Down the road. It's gonna start becoming a tradition to have the giving at the World Tree. Because it's one of the few places where everybody will fit.
Yeah.
Lakian, Wade, Hope, their kids, Shawnee, Mazor's husband, the Owlbears, Duel, Asmund, Kev. Anybody and everybody that she considers family are all there.
Great. So, is there anything else for you?
Nope, that's it.
So, I'll give you a couple of my notes and things that happened to you. As the tribe develops, some of the rescued slaves that you are familiar with do end up making their way there. And some choose to stay, some don't. But your notoriety definitely does help in attracting those in need to the tribe. And in addition, those that can't go to the tribe very quickly learn of Shani's home for them. As the owlbears grow, you watch Pinada's technique of mothering, and it comes off as very stern and abrasive and often kind of mean a little bit when they are misbehaving or with what she wants to do with them. But you in particular seem to recognize this style of parenting. It is not unlike that of yours. And you kind of just watch it happen, knowing that behind all of that outward demeanor, all that she has underneath is love and care for them, and you realize it, you know. In your reign as matriarch, a lot of people of the tribe become kind of fascinated with your war stories, with all the things that you've accomplished. And eventually a man shows up on your doorstep, kind of port of belly, wearing fancy-ish clothes. If you choose to share it, he listens to your stories and he becomes fascinated with one in particular. After hearing it, he goes out and he begins to sing your song far and wide across the land, as he has done before. And now the story of the bear cubs and the red man is told in most households to aspiring leaders, adventurers, pretty much anyone else who wants to hear it. Subsequently, the tribe becomes well known for its strength, its ferocity to an extent, should you get on the bad side of it. And you are endowed by its people with more titles than you're even comfortable with. Everyone hail Thyra, the Lightning Watcher, Matriarch of the Mathenburn, Slayer of Titans, and Mother of Owlbears. Alakian, what you got?
Hola. So first thing, probably stick around Rokrovi to kind of help get everything back together and taking care of what little bit he can help with. Also, at the same time, looking for any information he can find on the choke while he's there. Discreetly, obviously.
Okay. The information comes back to you through sources, through various parties. And you kind of piece together what happened. The choke were employed by Kaimol, more specifically by Kaifin and Tharden, and they originally went to go and retrieve the ore from Yasik. That deal went bad, and they blew it up. The next time they went back up into the Echelon's tower was on the day of the attack, where, unbeknownst to the Scorched King, they went in to try and steal the ore so that they could fence it for more money. And in addition, because they knew that you guys were out there, and so there would be no threat of stopping them, and also, they seem to very much remember Wade, in particular, and it may have been an aggravated attack in that respect. Thankfully, the Owlbears kind of fended off the attack, and they went back into hiding. And as Rokrovi is being rebuilt, they kind of dispersed, not liking the new heat on them. They're still around and they still linger, but they're not so much in the city for a while.
All right. Then probably the next thing he would do would be to get himself to wherever it was that, well, he'd find out where Priscilla is and then try and go and meet her, wherever that would be.
She is in Vamsund, in her family home, and you go over there and you very quickly gather she is fucking rich. Like, her parents are business owners and also politicians in the city, and she kind of reaps the benefits of that. But as you recall, she wasn't really fit for inheriting the business. She kind of wanted to go out there and have a little bit of more of a wildlife. And you go over there and she comes out with you, and you guys get up to all sorts of adventures.
All right. Okay. Well, probably then, after a while, I'd say probably about a month, 2 months of kind of getting into as much shit as possible in Vamsund. The Lakian would then broach the subject of if she wanted to come with him to Arash, not telling her what he's going to be doing, but having full intention of doing what Bree offered him.
Make a persuasion check for me.
I can do that. It's cocked because D&D Beyond is funny. That is a 14.
14, yeah. Your relationship sort of is made off of the thrill of getting into trouble and doing random things, and the thought of ditching her parents and going to live and run away somewhere far away is exciting, and she eventually agrees. But they do leave on good terms, and she kind of plays it off as a business thing, but it's, you know what it's for.
Fair enough. All right, so with that, Lakina would then obviously go back to Arash and meet up with Bree. He said he would. and then see what kind of job offer the Thieves Guild has in store.
Yeah. So you return, and when you arrive, Bree greets you and offers to take you to a meeting with their leader. As you go, she informs you of what they are, and you very quickly gather that their organization name is Black Plunder. It is first and foremost a mercenary operation above ground, but they get up to their fair amount of shady shit beneath. And she also informs you of their underground war with another rival organization who are colloquially referred to as the Rifters. You are taken to the meeting with their leader, who is only referred to as the Master. And you talk to him, and before you do so, Bree mandates that you hide your real name, so that because your name now carries weight as a watcher, as a savior of the continent, you are going to draw a hell of a lot of attention. So, should you continue on with this group, you will forever be known as Hercus.
Okay. Fair enough.
But in talking to them, they agree to take you on. And if you choose to stay, which I'm sure that you do, you begin to climb the ranks slowly but surely. And in the coming years, you start to become a little troubled. The voices in your head begin to return, not the ones of your past lives. The call of Tiamat is beckoning you. But the call of the Raven rings just as loud. In addition, as more time goes on, these images of your previous lives become more and more frequent. Snapshots of working jobs, of children, of marriages, of fighting, of adventuring. The choice of your deity becomes a little daunting, but necessary. Who do you decide on following?
Without question.
Okay. So with some prayer and undergoing some intense meditation, the Raven Queen manages to ward off the voices of Tiamat. The best that she can do. They never truly die, but they definitely become muffled and quietened. In the years to follow, you learn of conflict in the Shadowfell. For Vecna is preparing his invasion in an attempt to overthrow the Queen and take control of the Fell. You are becoming more and more important and are getting called back to the plane to serve by her side. But you can say goodbye to Black Plunder for now.
Before I do that,
Mhm.
in the time leading up to where we're at now,
Yes.
and with Alakin climbing the ranks, he would have been using as many networks as he had access to see if he could find any information on the feather knife or anything that might resemble something of that.
Amazing.
Kid.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me.
I am really good at those.
You are really good at those.
That is a 21.
It takes a couple of years of you prying and figuring out and following leads that go cold, but eventually you find one that is solid. Rumors of the Rifters holding a dagger of pristine, shimmering metal where the pommel is in the shape of wings, and it instantly flares your attention. It's going to be a tricky thing to get, and it may result in all-out war, but that knife is with the enemy. You choose to get it?
Yes.
Okay.
And bear the weight of whatever consequences will come of it.
Perfect.
Is this something that the Raven Queen would request I do too? Like
It is
aid?
possible if you are willing to go with, then you are welcome to.
How long in the future is this? Am I like, this would be fucking amazing if I'm like, oh, hold on there. I'm
This is
I'm
this is
coming.
like 6 years later, so you'd be just
Oh,
having
okay.
kids.
I would offer to help where I can, but obviously it would be a weird time to leave.
Yeah. Thankfully, because of
No, Hope will
Alakian's,
be fine.
because of his boots and also the high levels of rogue that he has, the heist goes off, and you manage to retrieve the knife. And it does bring the weight of the Rifters down on Black Plunder. For about 6 to 8 months there, before you are called to leave, attacks are happening left, right, and center. And Arash, as a city, is kind of has its crime. You know, it's not the most judicial, but it becomes severely worse because of that. When you go to say goodbye, tensions have risen between you and the master, and you go to walk down, and as you do so, something strikes your attention immediately. A body on the floor. And you begin to sneak forward back into your hideout, and you see another body. And these bodies aren't enemy bodies, they're your bodies. And you keep going inwards and being as careful as you possibly can. And as you enter into the main sort of circular chamber in the ring hideout, you manage to see the source of the disturbance. It is a figure cloaked in black, laying waste to all of your friends and makeshift family, wielding this long, black, curved, almost Kopesh-like blade, and you instantly recognize what this figure represents. And you know what the time is. As you go ahead and pull back the knife, you see the figure turn and wield the blade. And I'll say as the two of you charge together to meet in the middle, that's where we're going to end your story, unless you have anything else you want to do retroactively.
No.
Okay. So, we're going to end on, first of all, some NPCs and some world lore, and then I'll do something else afterwards. So we'll start with Asmin. Asmin managed to land the killing blow on Xandru, and as such, and with your nomination, was rewarded with the Pendant of the Ice Watcher. She kind of leans very heavily on Kev and Wade following the fight and after Loban's death. But after he's revived and she recovers, she becomes more motivated and more grateful to you guys than ever. She stays for a while in Keijo before returning to Rakrovi, helping the city rebuild itself, and she then dedicates the rest of her life to the pursuit of innovation, to the invention of new technologies, both magical and non-magical, and to the governance of Rakrovi and the Echelon. Madeline, after her foray into the temple at the Torn, returns to Rakrovi to help Madeline with to help Asmin with the managing of it. And there she begins to teach, more so than she did before, specializing in demonology. As she does so, and there is room for people in the Echelon, offers come to Wade and Hope, particularly. And Thyra and Isabel and Lakey, you as well, but not quite in as high a position. She offers both teaching roles and supervision roles to Wade and Hope. And everyone else is offered a teaching role should you choose to accept it, but she doesn't expect it. Because she knows that there are other things going on, which I'll get to afterwards. It is up to you guys if you want to be employed by the Echelon.
It's kind of funny because we did talk about them maybe moving later to Recrovy. So, I mean, I guess this is our option here.
We can literally teleport once a day. So,
yeah, we can go back and forth if we really want. It doesn't matter.
Teleport more than once a day.
How do you think Shani and Thyra make it work?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Izzy is up to opening a chapter of the Order of the Burning Heart in Recrovy. Sure.
Sure, great.
Yeah, Wade would accept a position there.
Yeah, Hope would as well, but she would obviously still go back to Epotlatland for the temple when needed.
Mm-hmm. So the three of you, go ahead.
Thyra probably wouldn't, because I'm sure her and Shani, they work a lot in tandem with the Sanctuary and the Free Home.
Yeah.
She would make a counter offer for Ada to teach at the Echelon in her stead.
Interesting. Ada.
That was the loudest roll I've ever heard.
Yeah, I turned off my noise suppression so you can hear my sound effects. It's great. Ada, you get talking to Ada that she has been itching to leave the tribe and itching to leave a position of rulership.
Which is why she didn't get it.
Yeah, and she very quickly takes on the responsibility at the Echelon. Although it doesn't last too long for her, she stays a fair few years there and does teach.
Oh, kids, you gotta feel it. Come on, magic doesn't come from reading and shit. You gotta feel it. Oh, come on, the kids these days.
With that, Ada becomes the youngest teacher to have ever graced the Echelon's books, and Asmin becomes the youngest person to ever achieve High Archivist. Shani continues on with the home. She opens it to anyone who needs it, and regardless of how long you stay, if you are in need, you are always given a signature red scarf to have yourself. In the following years, with her relationship with Thyra developing, and if so desired, she allows for a teleportation circle to be inscribed in the manor, which Delphine can definitely do, or Wade. And she continues to run the wine business. The wine tastes as good as ever, and curiously enough, as the years go by, none of you can quite put your finger on it. But something about her just becomes dislikable. You are not exactly sure what it is. But that wine tastes great. Bertie opens up her tavern, and Isabel, you go and visit every now and then. And through her tavern and the patrons that come within, she picks up on a couple of leads that you might be interested in. The first and foremost is one of a tribe of cannibals out to the east, past the mountains in Emoris, who live in the snow. A tribe of feral tieflings who, and a couple of other types of people, who have been graced by an angel of lightning. This instantly strikes your attention, and you and Birdie make your way out there. The other thing that comes through the tavern, eventually, is from people who travel from the west to the east and wind up there. And they begin to hear of rumors of walking corpses outside of Craddock. People who are kind of soulless, and just nasty to look at. She'll go with you to investigate them. And as you come up,
I bring also my friends as well.
Yeah. As you come
also
up into the town, you see that the town is now deserted, except for these wandering, sort of soulless people who are vacant of any emotion behind the eyes. And as you arrive in there, you watch as they all kind of turn to face you, and there is this kind of rousing wave of sound. And you hear them all, almost in unison, kind of just say, "Hello, sister."
Oh, shit. Dad! Fuck.
Rokanoka continues to build the tribe that he has so lovingly fought for. With the tree under his control and his help in the war, notoriety comes easily, and with that, lizard folk flock in to join him. He spends a year or two zipping across Emoris in his new means of transportation, seeing sights that he never would have. But despite all the wonders out there, nothing settles the heart quite like home. Returning, with his tribe booming more than ever, he sets his sights on making Keijo a better place. And then one day an idea hits him. To turn the Great Ghost Gator, the symbol of terror, into something useful and happy. Armed with the alligator pelt straight from Zephiva's back, a new local legend emerges. Children beware, from the night of the giving, the Great Ghost Gator is on the hunt for those who have been naughty. Kev
I love it.
returns to Keijo, and he guards the portal for some time before the taste of adventure begins to hit his tongue. Still kind of itching to figure out really who he is and where he fits in the world. He leaves, and he begins working as a locator for portal rifts. Some of this he works with Madeline for, as she employs him to go and shut down some of the rifts in the Torn, amongst other things, and some of which comes from other people. He eventually...
Oh.
Huh?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
He eventually becomes known as one of the leading planeswalkers across Emoris, and is flocked to by students wanting to learn the same things. Because of the nature of his work, he's rarely home, but every few months he returns to Keijo, and he delivers souvenirs to your children from both planes that he's been to and places that he's crossed all over Emoris. Kiva ultimately goes back to the tribe to help Thyra with the duties of matriarch. As this is happening, she tends to Cormac, who is retrieving his leg and getting used to it. And as she's there, Councilman Duel appears. Duel approaches all of you in time, and he, consumed by rage, had thrown himself headfirst into the fray, paid the price, and now the burn marks on his skin are worn with regret but also pride. Now, moving causes him pain, and it is a reminder of the vengeance that overtook him at the loss of his brother. But with the monarch returned, his demeanor changes to that of gratitude. He becomes warmer to all of you. Both him and Rudger return to Half-Yordi to pick up the pieces of the monarchy there, but ultimately decide that the corruption is far too easily sown into the minds of those in power. And so instead, Duel proposes a new plan. A council of individuals, much like the Council of Sand, but that instead governs the whole of Emoris. This council will work alongside the rulers of each and every country, whether democratic or monarchical, but ultimately answers only to the people. From the ashes of the old ways comes a new government, formed from the best hearts Emoris has to offer, and thus, in the coming years, the Phoenix Court is risen. The offer of a seat at the table comes to each and every one of you to join alongside Duel, Colborne, Kiva, Madeline, and a handful of new individuals. Notably, Kev refuses, opting to pursue his life. What do you all say?
How far down the road is this? Years-wise?
This is maybe 3 or 4 years.
Would you say that this is about the time Shawnee starts becoming dislikable?
About that time, yeah. Curiously enough, it doesn't seem to affect you quite as much as the other people.
Oh, okay.
Those of us that know, like, would those of us be able to put together what's actually going on as far as that this is Gaines's curse coming through her?
You may be able to piece it together, yeah.
Okay.
We definitely deal with that at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like an afternoon.
Curses, try a
Oh,
few
yeah,
things.
That's.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. We've dealt with a lot worse.
I was just wondering because her being dislikable But you know what? Thyra kind of liked Gaines too, despite knowing that she doesn't like him and she doesn't know why. She was still nice.
So which of
I
you?
think Hope
if
would
any-
do it because trying to make everything better for the people is kind of her thing.
Yep.
Hope accepts.
Izzy would do it. You know, she's a lot of on her plate. But she would go, and she's like, it's my purpose to help, you know, people pick up the pieces of their lives and make something better out of it. Why not do it on a global scale?
Wade would be very hesitant at first and sort of just, he loves his home and he wants to, you know, be there. But after hearing Hope say the chance to make the world good, that's kind of his thing. And I think with a little convincing, he would do it.
Yeah. Thyra and Lakin?
Is this like something she could like do from home and like travel for work?
Yeah, there is leniency here.
That's exactly what I was gonna ask. It's like how
Um,
often
All
would this
those
be a
teleportation
full-time
spells
job?
are coming in handy.
Yeah. It's
At
been,
this
you
point,
said 5 or 6 years? 3 or 4?
This has been about 3-ish years, I think. Yeah.
I think Thyra would do it. I think at that point she's letting Isolde like take over a little bit more, like take on a little bit more of the responsibilities for the tribe, even though Thyra's still going to be around for a long time.
Yeah.
Because druids live forever. But
I like you.
Provided it's a not full-time job, yeah, you take it.
Great. So you
You'd
all
have to have basically the caveat to it would be somebody would have to come get him from Arash and teleport him back, but
yeah.
come on, you can let's add those titles.
I assume at this point Izzy can cast Find Greater Steed and has a fucking dragon.
Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about that. So you all are offered a seat, and you will take it. And it is a position of governance, sort of like the Table of Equilibrium, who operates out of the convex order. But this is more concrete and demands more respect from everyone. Although ultimately the goal here is to answer to everyone. And so you do so. Duel also becomes infatuated with Kaimel's warning, beginning will come again. Knowing better than to dismiss this claim, Duel throws himself into researching what this could mean, and preparing a new case. Preparing a case in case something should ever come along that is bigger of a threat or more dangerous than Kaimel. After all, that is the purpose of a Watcher. So Kiva, when the offer comes, takes some time to think on it before accepting, which requires that she does step down as elder of the tribe. Because of her old age, she doesn't feel like getting out too much, so she decides that she's going to do that and that alone. In her place, she recommends Oda, who, for a time, accepts, but her wanderlust and lack of wanting to sit and power in the tribe eventually drives her away, and she can't handle it. Whoever Thyra chooses to replace her will replace her. But Kiva spends the following years governing in her much grander position and being well known within the court as perhaps the wisest member of them all. As a general bit of lore here, Urnroot becomes sealed away, and the rebuilding continues for many years. Some people choose to stay down in the Undercity, in Old Urnroot, since there's little cost of living. But eventually, as it becomes more of a dangerous place to live, it becomes more shunned by the people in New Urnroot. And it's almost just buried. Rakrovi sustained some damage, but it was altogether minor. After repairs were made, it it was discovered that some of the statues and artistic featurettes had been demolished, and some could not be replaced, as is the nature of art. In addition, the stories of what had transpired here had spread across the continent, attracting new visitors and wannabe adventurers. As a consequence, the city had to evolve. The city of arts was no more. If you have a taste for adventure, the city of Titans is the place to be. And in our final scene, I'm going to take the focus away from you guys, and we will shift our attention to a small town, into a small house, into a small room. Inside this room, there lies a young girl, probably no older than 9, with curly blonde hair that kind of drifts wildly across her pillow, and these bright hazel eyes that look towards the door. A man enters, and he sits on the bed next to her, kind of portly, with this wide grin, slight brown beard. He pulls her blanket up past her shoulders. And she says to him, "Tell me the story again." To which he replies, "Don't you ever get tired of that story? It's my job to tell stories, and I've told you it so many times, even I'm tired of it." To which there is much protest. And he responds, all right, fine. The story of the Watchers it is." And so, he regales her with the tale of the Watchers, of the bear cub that drifted away from home, who loved and lost, with anger so fierce it sounded like rolling thunder, of the man that called her orphan and ended up being right, and for that taunting, he met his fate by the blade given by the mother that he took, of the Queen of the Wilds, the slayer of genies, and a watcher. He told her of the street urchin with the god in her mind, of the monster uncaged and how its wrath consumed lives, of how she was made by her father, who created the god, by her mother, who taught her how to live as herself, and of her siblings, who were born with weakness just like her, and together they became strong, of the mother of monsters, the killer of aliens, and a watcher. He spoke of the crook from the mountains, who never really had people he could call family, who was grown in the shadows but had lived there 100 times over, of his path to darkness and the finding of his friends, and their help to push him towards something better, of his importance in the universe, standing in front of his matron and beside his family, of the angel of death, the leaper of shadows, and a watcher. He sung of the bard in chains, the woman betrayed by her mother and forced into slavery, who was unable to trust, who was scorned by love, and yet discovered within what both of these truly meant, who toppled a dictator solely by dedication and wits, of the champion of love, the banisher of devils, and a watcher. He voices the man from the swamp, who never truly belonged, but found families wherever he went. The man of the people, who sacrificed himself in a heartbeat for others, who was hunted by his nightmares, and so hunted them back, whose heart stayed true in the darkest of times, of the hunter of hags, the bringer of smiles, and a watcher. He mentioned the tinkerer, the politician and the lost boy, the lizard, the dragon, and the elf, the sorcerer in the tower and the seer in the tent, the bears and their eagle, the roper and the brawler, and throughout it all, she began to slip into unconsciousness, but regained her sense of wonder and glee at the tale. And that's the legend of the Watchers. And as the girl began to drift away, "I'm going to be a watcher one day. I know it." "Is that right? Well, you'd best get to it then. The world won't wait for you here," he says with a smile, turning to walk out of the door. "Is it true that you really knew them?" And he stops. "I did once. Of course, they weren't watching the world then. It was more like we were watching them, seeing how they grew stronger into true warriors. It was a blessing to see. If they weren't watchers then what were they?" He stops and looks down with a smile. "Well, they were what they've always been, what they always will be. Adventurers, heroes, but most of us simply knew of them as the silvered goats. And as the child's eyes finally close, and her dreams become filled with fantasies of adventure, of allies and enemies, of love and pain, of heroes and titans, that is where we will end our story. So, thank you, everyone, so much for watching this 2 years that we've been playing this campaign. It's had ups and downs. It's had laughter and tears. And I cannot express my thorough gratitude to everyone who has bothered to give us a click, give us a listen, give us a watch. And, you know, most of all, I want to say thank you to you guys, my players, for sticking with me through this great adventure. This was my first campaign, and it would never have been the same without all of you playing, putting in your input, and dealing with me and all of my hardships. So I want to just really say thank you to all of you, because this would not have been possible, and this channel would not have been possible without you guys.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah.
That was
Thank
great.
you for guiding us through it.
Who the fuck was that guy at the end? Oh, that's a.
But with that, as we close the chapter on this part of this channel, of our lives as people, I want to say thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you for coming out. We appreciate it. And I cannot stress this enough. Let's keep making stories together. We'll see you guys
I
later.
expect a copy of that story, by the way.
Right? Same.
Write a children's book, man.
And